folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, and you're watching Day 2, Game 1 of January Jam, the 36th annual tournament. And the first matchup is going to be between the Coffeyville or Field Kinley Golden Tornadoes and then the Maize South Mavericks. The Golden Tornadoes coming off a tough loss in round 1. They played the 1 seed Garden City and put up quite a fight against them, but they ended up losing 50-45, and it was a tough loss to see, a 1 versus 8 seed, and they really wanted that upset. But seeing as though, or how they played last night, they definitely have a shot here against Maize South. And one thing I noticed against with Maize South is that they struggled with that mindset thing. I talked about that. Once you get in the mindset of we're up and we don't need to score anymore, it kind of carries with you the rest of the tournament, and that's what Maize South went in. That's what they went into the mindset of in the second half against Shawnee Mission East. Therefore, making them end up losing against Shawnee Mission East, and a tough loss, but I think they're ready to go here, and I wouldn't count either of these two teams out. Coffeyville being a smaller school, sitting at 2-8 on the season, and then the Mavericks, really a powerhouse, and especially in the AVCL Division II, they definitely have a lot of difference in the leagues, but I really wouldn't count out Coffeyville here, seeing how they played last night. And some of the leading scorers for Coffeyville, it was number 12, Brendan Graham. He had a big role in the post with 9 rebounds, and then, as I said, 12 points. And getting it inside to him is going to be key here for the Golden Tornadoes. And this Mavs team doesn't have a lot of height. We saw Andrew Schinkel last night struggled with that experience piece. He does have the size, but not quite the experience quite yet. So getting it into Graham will be a big key in tonight's win here for Coffeyville. And we will get the starting lineups underway.
This game will feature the visiting team, the Maize South Mavericks, versus the home team, the Coffeyville Golden Tornadoes.
And as I failed to mention, Coffeyville will be the home team as they are on the top of the bracket here. And starting us off here for the Maize South Mavericks, Ben Crowell. And he had a solid game last night against Shawnee Mission East. He had 9 points. And from Coffeyville, number 2, Takese Newton, had 6 points in last night's loss. For Maize South, Parker Scott, and really extended his range last night with 17 points on the night. A guy to watch out for here from Maize South. And number 4, Darrell Jones, is going to be starting here. And for the Mavericks, number 3, Trey Reed, a guy to watch out for, had 27 points last night. And he's going to be the best scorer on this court right now. A guy that Coffeyville will have to shut down if they want to win tonight's game. And for Maize South, number 4, Adam Kazitz. And rounding off Coffeyville's lineup, Caden Herring, a guy who's going to be playing in the post. Or excuse me, number 24, that's Brendan Gran. And rounding off Maize South's roster, that's Tyzik Noland. And a solid player, but struggled in last night's game with 5 fouls and 2 points. And then, now as I said earlier, that's number 33, Caden Herring. And that will be tonight's matchup here. One thing I saw from Coffeyville, if they're going to want to get a win here, they're going to have to establish an offense early. That's something they struggled to do. They had consistent offense in the first half. Excuse me. They had consistent offense in the first half, but in the second half, they didn't really set up an offense until the fourth quarter, which is why they struggled and why they were forced to make a comeback, per se. But we'll see if they can do that here, and that will be key, is playing 4 quarters of consistent basketball. That third quarter really dragged on for them. They only scored 9 points, and even though that's average offensive production, that's not what you want to see in a win. And Coffeyville will need to pick it up here in all 4 quarters. And we talked about Maize South, that mindset thing. We'll see what they can do. Tyzik Nolan off to a quick start as Adam Kazitz grabs the jump ball. Trey Reed will get it set up early. They're taking their time setting an offense. Last night, they went off high-paced and started the game early, but Now they'll take a high-paced baseline drive and stolen away. Here comes Takese Newton. The pass off to the left and a baseline drive. Tariq Logan with a pass across the middle. Brendan Graham grabs 2 points. And the first points of the day for either team. And we'll see how Maize South responds. That's going to be key. Is with Maize South, it's going to be a shootout, so you're going to have to respond every single time. Holding them on defense is really a big thing. Graham grabs a rebound as Noland is off the mark on the layup. And here comes Logan, and jumper off the mark. Graham racing for it, and it's stolen. Here comes Ben Crowell. A nice move there, and he'll grab the bucket for 2. And gets both teams on the board. Here comes Newton. He'll set it up top, guarded by Parker Scott. Right side drive, looking for a floater, across the court pass. And Tariq Logan will hit a corner 3 there. A good shot, and all they did was use that zone defense to their advantage. Everyone's piling up in the middle, and then Logan just slips off to the corner unnoticed, and he was able to get that open 3. Another kick-out pass, same type of play. Off the mark there from Kroll, and a good board. Coffeyville is getting this off to the start they want. Darryl Jones got the rebound there. Off the mark from Newton on the layup. Maize South pushing the pace, trying to get at transition points. Off the mark from Trey Reed, and put back by Adam Kazitz. So Coffeyville will bring it back down. Setting up an offense here, that's Tariq Logan. Over to Graham. And that's one thing I love about Graham is he can not only play in the post, but play on the outside as well. He'll drive in, create his own space, and get his second bucket on the day. Trey Reed up top. Pass over to Parker Scott, and they'll play around with it up top. Parker Scott looks to drive. And a kick-out pass over to Reed. They're taking their time, but that's one thing I talked about yesterday is Coffeyville's defense was just stellar, and they're showing tonight against an incredible Maize South offense. A good board there, and off comes Newton. And he'll take it back out. They'll set up an offense here. And a 3-point shot off the mark. Here comes Maize South. Kick out pass from Troy Reed and denied by Brendan Graham. It'll be Maize South ball still. And baseline inbound here from Trey Reed. And he'll get it up to Parker Scott. They'll have to set up an offense rather than get that easy bucket on the baseline inbound. Long shot there from Ben Crowell, and he struggled last night from around the three-point arc. He won't get it, and Coffeyville grabs the board. And here comes Takese Newton. Now Brendan Graham on the outside. Logan looks to drive. Lob pass inside for Graham, and he'll manage to get it. Looking for that kick out. Instead, he'll put up his own bucket. Nothing there. A board by Tyzik Noland. And here comes Parker Scott in Maize South. Scott looks to drive. A mid-range jumper off the mark. And boarded there by Caden Hurring. Logan looking to push the pace. Uses handles on the ball. Right side drive. A spin move floater. And no good there. Reed pushing the pace. And surprised it's not a charge, but appeared as though Hurring moved. And Trey Reed will get the bucket and the and one opportunity as Hurring gets the block call. Checking in here for Coffeyville is Ethan Vietz, and we saw some good shots out of him last night late in the fourth quarter. And then number 20, Seth Bromley. And Isaiah Atwater checking in for Maize South. And we're already 4 minutes through this game, and the first foul now on the board. A really disciplined game by both teams. And Reed shot for the and one. It's through. He'll get the three-point play. And Coffeyville looks to push the pace now. They'll set up an offense led by Takese Newton. And Coffeyville's making sure to spread out that floor, using every inch of it, keeping Newton back. And then Vietz mishandled it. It's out of bounds. So 7-7 is your score. tie ball game. And as I said, Coffeyville, a smaller school against Maize South, but I still wouldn't count them out. I saw the same play last night against Shawnee Mission East, and Coffeyville's defense plays it perfectly. But instead, Reed will drive in, get the foul. And Seth Bromley is going to get the foul. Here's Trey Reed, and definitely not the guy you want to foul. And hits his first. Trey Reed last night from the free throw line was 0 for 2, and typically not the performance you see out of him. Here's his second shot, and off the mark. Boarded there by Herring. And Coffeyville will push the pace, looking for a baseline drive and a shot fake there from Newton. Off the mark, and they'll manage to keep possession of that ball. Tariq Logan up top. Looking to spread the court. Up top here is Herring, right side drive. And a desperation type layup. Herring will grab the bucket. Here comes Maize South, a drive there from Tyzik Noland. And a block. Herring not happy about that one as Tyzik Nolan gets the bucket. And Herring gonna get his second here for Coffeyville. That's Daryl Jones and Brendan Graham both checking in. Graham checking back in. And Tyzik Nolan looking for the and one opportunity. To extend the lead to 2. And he'll knock it down. Gets the three-point play for Maize South. And here comes Tariq Logan. And they'll take their time. They have 3 minutes, and they're only down by 2, so not really much of a deficit. But if you continue to turn it over, it might be one pretty soon. Isaiah Atwater to inbound, finds Parker Scott, and a light press there from Coffeyville. Won't see anything out of it. Scott over to Atwater, left side drive and a kick out. Trying that dribble drive offense. Doesn't work out, and as I said, this Coffeyville defense has just been incredible. Goes up to Tyzik Nolan, over to Atwater. He'll look for the baseline drive, and yet again a trap. They found that and communicated it pretty well, Coffeyville did. And so Maize South will take their time, trying to spread the floor, but this man defense has just been incredible. And Brendan Graham on the defense, but Parker Scott will indeed grab the bucket. Parker Scott's first bucket on the night. And the way he played yesterday, we might see a lot more of those. Off the mark from Tariq Logan, and a good board there by Vietz. Logan thought about the corner three there, but instead he'll keep it. And bucket off the mark. A good putback by Brendan Graham, and Parker Scott gets the board. Pushing the pace, here's Trey Reed after a pass from Parker Scott. Reed, a right side drive, and a good pass, crafty pass over to Parker Scott, but he won't get the assist. And out of bounds, it's called off Coffeyville, so it will be Maize South ball still. Byron Fitzpatrick checks in for Isaiah Atwater. Fitzpatrick getting his first minutes of the night. And confusion between the refs. It will indeed be Maize South ball. Reed gets it into Parker Scott. Here's Reed looking over the middle. Step back jumper, and he'll knock it down. That's one thing you watch out for. I talked about in high school basketball, it's typically layups or three-point shots, and you typically want to give up that open jumper because it's not a high percentage shot, but that's one of those things with Trey Reed. He makes just about every shot you give him, and so he'll knock down those step-back jumpers all day. Brendan Graham gets his third bucket on the night. Trey Reed and company pushing the pace. Here comes Parker Scott, and completely denied. It'll go right to Reed, and he'll hit a three. Trey Reed having an impeccable first quarter, under a minute here. And Coffeyville struggling here late in this first quarter. They had a solid run go, but they haven't played a consistent quarter. They've struggled here in late of the first quarter. Coming in for Coffeyville is Takese Newton. After the turnover, it will be Maize South ball. A one-man press. And Ben Kroll beats it with ease. And here comes Parker Scott, right side drive. Just backing down Newton. Instead, he'll take it out. And kick out to Fitzpatrick. He'll mishandle it. And under 30 seconds here. It'll be Coffeyville ball. Tariq Logan will bring it down. Manned up on Parker Scott. And looks like Coffeyville will try to get the last shot. We talked about how momentum shifting that can be, and they're down after a run from Maize South, so they need that last bucket desperately. Graham thought about the three-point shot from the top of the key, but they'll reset. Logan looking to make a shot, and instead he'll be fouled driving in. So he'll head to the line with a second remaining. And that's going to be the first team foul. Adam Kazitz gets his foul. And gets over to Newton off the mark, just barely. Or excuse me, Tariq Logan took that shot. So 8 minutes of basketball through here. And the Maize South Mavericks lead 18-11. I'm Caleb Rose, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 8 minutes of basketball through here. 8 minutes to go until we reach halftime. And Coffeyville put up a solid fight against such a good Maize South team, but right now, as of the end of that first quarter, they were struggling. Shot off the mark there from Viets and rebounded by Kazitz, but it will be a foul. Appears as though the foul is on Daryl Jones. And that is indeed who they will get. It'll be Maize South ball. And 4 team fouls here for Coffeyville. And Ben Kroll will lead it down. For the left side drive. And looked like a setup play, but doesn't work out. Trey Reed will do his own thing. Here's Ben Kroll off the mark, and three-point shooting percentage has been noticeably lower here for the Maize South Mavericks. Hitting those threes has been one of their key focal points so far in their season, but so far in this tournament, they just haven't been able to do that. That's a big reason why they lost against Shawnee Mission East and why they're struggling, or not necessarily struggling, but not having the game they expected so far against Coffeyville. Here's Tariq Logan, and he'll slowly set up an offense. And a 2-3 zone here from Maize South. Off the mark from Logan. Looks like a pass almost, and he'll get it to Daryl Jones. Here comes Maize South. Parker Scott setting up his offense. Trey Reed up top. I'll try the pass and cut offense. And Kroll struggling to find a pass. Instead, he'll find Trey Reed, who knocks down the mid-range jumper. And as I talked about, he's tough to guard anywhere in the half court at least. He can just about make every one of those shots a floater, and it'll be a block. A block called on Ben Kroll. A call that Maize South fans disagree with. But Tariq Logan will indeed get the bucket. And checking in here for Coffeyville is number 1, Nathan Barrett. I haven't seen any minutes out of him in this tournament thus far, but here's Logan's and one opportunity, and he'll knock it down. And here comes Maize South. A drive from Kroll. Tyzik Nolan drives as well. Scott thought about the 3, but instead Reed will set it up. And they're taking their time here. Something you typically don't see out of this Maize South offense is they're typically a bunch of playmakers. If they're not finding anyone open, they'll make their own plays, drive in by themselves, pass over to Trey Reed, looking for that same short corner type mid-range jumper. Instead, he'll drive, puts a layup off the mark. Tyzik Nolan with the rebound, out to Trey Reed again. Here's Parker Scott, long 3, off the mark. And a good rebound by Kazitz. Wanted that over the back call, but instead Parker Scott will make a rebound and put up the board. A timeout, Coffeyville. 5:45 remains here in this first half, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And a desperately needed timeout by Coffeyville. But after that timeout, 24-16 your score. And Tariq Logan will back it out in second drive off the mark in a foul call. And looks as though Logan will be shooting 2 shots. And called on Tyzik Nolan of the Mavericks. And as of late, there's been a lot of fouls, but so far in this game, it hasn't been a slow-paced game per se. Tariq Logan knocks down his first. There haven't been many fouls. Foul count so far is 7 by both teams combined. Typically, you see 7 in a whole half, not by both teams. Here comes Trey Reed after getting the board. And he'll push the pace. Guarded by Jones, and a good baseline cut by Ben Crowell. He'll get the and one. And go to the line looking for that 3-point play. Daryl Jones is going to get the foul. And Crowell will be at the line. Caden Herring will check in here. Ben Crowell, after getting his bucket, here's his free throw. And he'll make it. It's the Mavericks' third and one opportunity that they've converted on the night. Good numbers, and not only is that a 3-point play, but it's also momentum shifting. They're slowly running away with this lead, and if they keep this momentum up, then it's going to be unmanageable here for Coffeyville in no time flat. Off the mark there, Caden Herring went up, and foul on the play. Foul called on number 1, Parker Scott. And so here's Caden Herring. Herring shooting 2, his first. His shot is up, and it's through. Herring's third point here on the night. We're going to cut the deficit to 8. And off the mark, boarded by Kazitz. And here comes Maize South. Trey Reed backs out of a drive. Parker Scott over to Tyzik Nolan. Middle drive and a kick-out pass there for Kazitz. And he'll get the foul. That's one thing I love about Kazitz is every time he goes up, he has that shot fake trying to get that foul because he knows that once you commit, you jump, then you're likely going to get that over the back call. That's been the second of the night that he's got drawn. And his first shot is a good one. It is through. Here's his second, and about to mention the foul is on Nathan Barrett. Second shot is up, off the mark, and a good board by Herring. And pushing the pace here, Coffeyville is. Baseline drive and a kick-out pass. Viets looks to drive. Or excuse me, that was Barrett. And he'll get a right-handed layup on the left side. So an easy bucket. And Trey Reed backs out of a drive. Taking their time here. Parker Scott over the middle and a floater. Good shot there by Parker Scott. He's got 6 points on the night. Newton looking to set up something here for Coffeyville. And a 5-out offense. Long shot off the mark. Herring fails to grab the board. Pushing it up here is Parker Scott. Now Trey Reed. And Trey Reed will knock down an incredible three. And that's something that Maize South did. You get two players in the same area and you think you can guard both of them, but Maize South realizes that they have some great shooters, and because of that, Trey Reed wasn't tightly guarded and he was able to hit that three. And Brendan Graham will get the putback. 11 points is the deficit right now, and Maize South is slowly but surely running away with this one. Logan off to the races. Looks to make a layup or a floater instead, and he'll hit it. Logan with 9 points so far. Parker Scott over to Trey Reed. And one thing I've noticed about this Coffeyville offense is they didn't have the production they wanted to last night. 45 points in the entire game. You see Maize South's offensive production skyrocket, and you also see Coffeyville's just because of that competitiveness. Adam Kazitz knocks down a mid-range jumper. And a timeout. Timeout Maize South Mavericks. 3:09 remaining here in this first half, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here. 11 points is the difference. And we're not even a half through. Coffeyville needs to find something. I talked about them having stellar defense, but it hasn't shown here tonight. They showed it last night and again in the first quarter, but in this second quarter, they've really been inconsistent. And a putback by Herring. He can't find anything out of that. Jump ball as Herring fights for it on the ground. Coffeyville will grab the possession arrow. It'll be a baseline inbound here from number 2, Takese Newton. Herring inside finds Graham, and a layup for Brendan Graham. His 10th point on the night. Here comes Trey Reed, floater. And yet again, just creating his own space. Trey Reed is just watching a masterpiece on the basketball court. He can create so much space for himself, and he's so quick. That first step was just lightning fast, and because of that, he already had a head start in that drive. Brendan Graham will travel. So a turnover there. Maize South takes over, and this momentum slowly but surely falling in favor of Maize South. They've been dominating for a while now. Daryl Jones checks in for Coffeyville, and then Isaiah Atwater for the Mavericks. And keep in mind, the loser of this game will go on to play the last place game, something neither one of these teams want. Daryl Jones faked the foul pretty good there, but didn't get a call. Good board by Brendan Graham as he fought for it with Trey Reed. Logan gets himself out of a sticky situation. And across the lane pass. Herring tries to go up, but he'll be fouled. And waiting a call on the foul. Foul's called on Mavericks number 1, Parker Scott, his second. And here's Herring shooting 2. Off the mark on his first. He's 1 for 3 from the line tonight. And just over 2 minutes left in this half. At the scorer's table is Takese Newton. Shot up there and off the mark from Graham. pushing the pace here. Excuse me, that was Hurring taking the shot. Scott looking for Trey Reed, but instead they'll set up an offense. Ball handoff. And kick out pass there. Kroll for 3, and still off the mark, as I talked about. Maize South has been struggling with their 3-point percentage. An incredible play there by Daryl Jones to get that board. And he's just been showing his incredible effort on this basketball court yesterday and today. And a block called on Isaiah Atwater. Atwater, a freshman. And shooting at the line is Daryl Jones. And here's his first. It's off to the right. And Tyzik Nolan checks in for Parker Scott. Parker Scott so far in the game has had 6 points, 2 fouls. And second shot off the mark there from Daryl Jones. And checking in is Takese Newton. And a player that this Coffeyville team needs in the game. He hasn't scored an abundance of points, actually none so far on the game, but he creates a lot of space for his teammates. That's big to see. And Brendan Graham barely keeps it in, tries to throw it to his teammates. Loose ball, and it's picked up by Trey Reed, but not before he is fouled. Foul on the play. And it'll be a 1-and-1 from Trey Reed. And the number is number 4, Daryl Jones. Daryl Jones' third foul, excuse me. Here's Trey Reed with a 1-and-1, and he'll knock it down. No surprise there. He's shooting 3 for 4 from the free throw line, and quite a game he's having. And he'll knock it down once again. Here comes Tariq Logan. Pushing the floor here slowly but surely. A failed pick and roll to Brendan Graham. 5-out offense here. And just that pass and cut. Baseline drive from Takese Newton. And Bromley corner 3 there from, that's Tariq Logan. Pushing the pace. Here's Maize South. And they'll say it's off of Mavericks Isaiah Atwater. And 13 now the deficit. With under a minute left in this first half. And Coffeyville has their work cut out for them in the locker room and once they get back out here on this court in the second half. And a kick-out pass over to Hurring. Good pass to Tariq Logan. He'll drive in. And it's going to be a foul. A charge, actually. It's going to be called on Tariq Logan, his first. And talk about production. He's at 9 points, and that's his first foul. We're all the way, or almost all the way through the first half. Trey Reed will lead his team down. And setting up again that 3 up top play and then 2 wings. And yet again, it doesn't work out. I'm not sure what Maize South is trying to do there, but it hasn't worked all tournament. I saw it when they played Valley, and it didn't work out either. Trey Reed kick out to Kroll. There's Isaiah Atwater, and he'll knock down a 3-point shot. And looking for a half-court desperation shot, and won't get it off in time. 42-26 is your score at halftime. And I thought Coffeyville had a chance, but from the way it's looking at halftime, Maize South has dominated this one so far. And we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios for the second half of January Jam basketball. 42-26 is your score, and the Mavericks lead the Golden Tornadoes of Field Kinley. A tough match it's been, and I saw how Coffeyville played last night, and I thought, you know, they have quite a shot against such a strong Maize South team, but the way they played in the first half, this is going to be a blowout, and they're going to have to change something. I talked about how they have their work cut out for them in the locker room, and they're going to have to find something to change here if they're going to want to make a comeback. So far with stats in the first half, Brendan Graham leading the Coffeyville Tornadoes with 10 points, and they're surprisingly shooting 1 for 8 from the three-point line, a tough margin, and they're going to have to fix that. Three-point shots are vital in creating offense for a high school basketball team, and there's Ben Krull leading his three-point shot, and then Trey Reed obviously leading Maize South with 18 points in the first half. And a good drive there by Daryl Jones. Jones with 4 on the night. Pushing it forward, here's Adam Kazitz. Looks like a foul there by Takis Newton, but no call. Parker Scott up top setting it up. Dribble handoff to Trey Reed and a handoff to Ben Kroll. And a gutsy move, but he'll take the three and make it. His second of the half already, and he's heating up. A mid-range jumper there, a solid one by Daryl Jones. And so here comes Maize South. They're a 2-2-1 press from Coffeyville. Said they'll set it up as Maize South beats that press really easily. They handle ball pressure really well. Trey Reed with a quick spin move, looking for that kickoff pass, but he'll take it himself off the mark on the layup. Brendan Graham grabs the board, and pushing the pace here is Coffeyville. Inside and taken away by Ben Kroll. And here's Trey Reed. He'll lay it in. And 20 points now on the night. An incredible performance, and he's not even close to being done. Here comes Caden Herring, a good clear out, but it will be a charge on Herring. The first foul of the second half. And that's Herring's third. Roll inbounds to Reed and back and forth just to slowly but surely break this, as a 1-3-1 press, not a 2-2-1 as I said earlier. A press we see out of the Hornets quite often. It applies a lot of ball pressure, but quick passes are the way to get to it, among other ways to get to a zone defense. But that's one of the main ways, is just quick passes, and that's something that the Mavericks do a good job of, is really quick offense in general. And that's why they've dominated up to this point. A good board there by Tyzik Noland, and he'll get the layup to go. Noland, a three-sport athlete playing catcher and safety in football. And pushing it forward, here's Adam Kazitz. And a good layup there by Kazitz. Maize South running away with this lead, and it's going to get ugly pretty fast. Graham looking to drive here. Looks like maybe a block or something, but good step-back jumper by Graham, and he'll hit his 12th of the night. Here comes Parker Scott. Here's Trey Reed. And looking for that mid-range jumper, kick out to Ben Kroll. And off the mark there. Good board, and Caden Herring pushing the pace. Here comes Daryl Jones, and a good move there, a Euro step. And an and one. He'll lay it in. And that'll send Daryl Jones to the line. His 8th point of the night. And Crowell will get the foul. One thing I like is that Coffeyville is not really slowed down, as we saw yesterday in the third quarter. They really struggled in that third quarter, but now they're still producing consistent offense here. But the problem was that second quarter, and that might come back to haunt them. Here's Daryl Jones with the and one. And off the mark on that shot. Graham fighting for the board, and Vietz ends up getting it. Good steal by Tyzik Noland. And in transition offense, there goes Trey Reed. He won't get the bucket, but he'll be fouled. And with Trey Reed shooting at the line, it's just as good as a bucket. And foul's going to be on number 4, Daryl Jones, his 4th personal. Trey Reed to shoot 2 after the shooting foul. Reed's first shot is up and good. He's got 3 points on the quarter. He is 5 for 6 on the evening from the free throw line. He'll look to extend his streak. And he'll make another one. So there he goes, making 2 free throws. Here comes Coffeyville to try and respond. Hurrying over to Graham and looking inside. And there's Hurring. Hurring has continually played on the wing. That's something that brings up this elusiveness of the Coffeyville offense. Good steal by Trey Reed, and he'll take it coast to coast and get that bucket. And that's one of those things I talked about. The key in stopping this Maize South offense is stopping Trey Reed. He pretty much carries them. He opens up offensive opportunities, and he makes a lot of points, as we talked about. He's got 24 right now. And what they don't show you in the point stats is how many assists he's had. He's opened up so many opportunities for his teammates, and it's just insane. He's the definition of a all-around player. Kick out pass there. Kazitz, corner 3 off the mark. And boarded there. Good board by Seth Bromley. He'll push it down the court. And he'll set it up. There's Graham over to Hurring. A trap there inside. Graham with a late double. And that was good communication there by Parker Scott and Maize South. They saw that Graham was pushing on Kazitz and was likely going to get that bucket, so Scott left his man, came inside, and got that late double that ended up getting the ball knocked out of bounds. And that's the kind of communication it takes to pull off such a good defense that we see from Maize South. It will be Coffeyville ball still. This time a sideline inbound. That being from Takese Newton. Gets it into Graham. And Tariq Logan off the mark, and the ball is stuck. And look at that. The athleticism of Trey Reed gets the ball down. So will still be Coffeyville ball. Inbounding here is Tariq Logan. Looking inside for a couple screens. Instead, Hurring gets it on the outside. Graham thought about the 3 and surprised he didn't take it. Reed was there on the defense. And a good jumper there from Graham. He'll grab the board, or the 2 points. Now with 14. Trey Reed looking to push it inside. Kick out pass to Kroll, who has 2 3-point shots on the quarter. Good board by Graham. If there's one stat that this Coffeyville team is leading in, it's defensive rebounds. They've just been incredible on the defensive boards. And that's one thing they need to keep up. I don't know if they have a big chance of making a comeback, but if they do, that's one way to keep it up. And looks as though it will be a block by Adam Kazitz. That is the call. Kazitz second. And so it'll be a baseline inbound. Tariq Logan looking to inbound. And they'll get it up to Takese Newton, And Trey Reed grabs the steal and the 2. He can do everything on this court, and that's been shown time and time again. Shutting him down is key to shutting down this Maize South team, something the Hornets struggled to do in their game against them. And here comes Trey Reed again in transition. A crafty layup, and he'll grab the 2-point bucket. There's no stopping that man right there. Trey Reed. 2:16 remains here in this third quarter, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. The question for the timeout was, how do you stop Trey Reed? He has just been incredible. 28 points on the night, and we still have 10 minutes of basketball to play here. He is racking up those numbers. Last night, the highest scorer was Jackie Johnson from Wichita Southeast, and I think Trey Reed is definitely going to shatter that here. He is the fourth leading scorer as of day one, but clearly will be the leading scorer after today. Good steal by Ben Kroll, and there's Trey Reed. Off the mark there, Byron Fitzpatrick, and he'll get the board and put it up. Fitzpatrick's first points of the night, but what it doesn't show you is that he's an incredible defender, an extremely athletic defender, plays DB for this Maize South football team. Off the mark there from Takese Newton, and looking for a cross-lane pass. Parker Scott grabs a steal, and throwing it up there to Byron Fitzpatrick. Looking for a dribble handoff to Trey Reed. Instead, it forces a turnover. Newton looking backside, and Tariq Logan loses handles on it. Thought about the three. Graham up top. Inbound to Hurring, and long shot off the mark. Bromley with a good rebound, a good save, and Graham will back down his defender, Trey Reed, to get a 2-point bucket. Brendan Graham was 6 points on the quarter. Byron Fitzpatrick looking to set up something from the point position. Parker Scott drives in a crafty layup. He'll put it in for two. He's got 8 on the night. Here comes Tariq Logan. A little bit of space. Newton chooses not to drive, as he might have just backed himself into a trap had he done that. Bromley looks to drive inside, and looks like a travel from my angle, but instead a failed pass. Trey Reed gets the steal. Driving in, and a foul called. I believe that's on Caden Hurring. And no, it will be on number 2, Takese Newton. His first. And Rel Jones checks in. Baseline inbound here from Trey Reed. A lob pass up to Byron Fitzpatrick. Now set up this offense under 30 seconds left. And off the mark from Ben Kroll. And it'll be a charge called. Might have been a little bit of an angry foul there by number 5, Tariq Logan, but nonetheless, it will be a turnover as Tariq Logan gets his second of the night. So Byron Fitzpatrick will bring it down. Solely guarded by Tariq Logan, who just found him just a second ago. Trey Reed over to Byron Fitzpatrick. And shot is up off the mark. Coffeyville will push the pace. Looking to get the last shot. They may not have momentum now, but they could really use the boost. Here's Brendan Graham, last second shot off the mark. And no shot for the putback. 66-38. You can call it a blowout now. That's all for the third quarter. We'll see you back here for the final 8 minutes of basketball here at Hornet Studios.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 66-38 your score. And it's been a true struggle here for Coffeyville. Looks like it might be a little bit too much to make a comeback. 30 points, or 28 points now the deficit through 3 quarters of play. Inbound to Trey Reed. And what a game he's had, 28 points. Went cold there for about 2 or 3 minutes, but There's Ben Crowell. Started off the second half with 2 threes, and he's off the mark from that shot. And three-point shooting really hasn't been the same for the Mavericks this game as it typically is. They can knock down open ones like it's nothing, make it look easy, but they haven't been that way tonight. Reed loses handles on it. Daryl Jones defending him. Throw over to Parker Scott. He'll look inside, and a crafty move trying to get across the lane to Adam Kazitz, and there's Trey Reed. A long three-point ball, and he'll make it. Puts him over 30 points. Barely over 30 points at 31. And over in the corner of the track there, your Hornets team is warming up right now. A long three-point shot and off the mark. Starting to get a little bit more desperate on the offensive side. Here comes Trey Reed, backs out of a drive, but as I was saying, next game is between the Ulysses Tigers and your Valley Center Hornets. So it's set to start at 5 p.m. Off the mark. Looks like, as of now, the winner of that next game will be playing Maize South, and then the loser will be playing Coffeyville. And the fouls on the Mavericks, number 12, Byron Fitzpatrick. And Adam Vietz checks in. So here comes Takis Newton. Trapped in by Trey Reed and Parker Scott. He'll work his way out of it by passing it to Brendan Gran. Drives in, kick out pass, Vietz for 3. And he hit a couple corner threes last night, but has gone cold. A transition bucket there for Trey Reed. He can set up an offense, he can create his own space, but most importantly, he can score on the transition. He's done a lot of that tonight. Foul's called on number 2, Takis Newton, his second. And here's Trey Reed looking for that and one opportunity. It's up and off the mark, a rare missed free throw from him. A jump ball possession arrow in favor of Coffeyville, so they'll reset the possession arrow. Coffeyville ball. And here comes Takis Newton of Coffeyville. They'll slowly set up something. And here comes Brendan Graham. Steal by Byron Fitzpatrick, and it's just been total domination. There goes Trey Reed, another transition bucket. It's tough to win a basketball game when you have so many turnovers like Coffeyville has had. They've struggled on the turnover side of the ball. And a whole new roster here for Maize South. I'll replace everybody. Not sure if Coffeyville might do the same. No, it will be a timeout. With 5:01 remaining in this contest, 73-38 your score. And the Mavericks lead. It's been tough so far. As I was talking about, the Hornets are going to be playing, most likely, the Maize South Mavericks in the... If the Hornets win in next game against the Ulysses Tigers, they'll be playing against the Maize South Mavericks in the 5th place game. The winner of next game at 5 o'clock will play these Mavericks teams, and then Coffeyville, their second time in this tournament in the past couple years, and both times they've been in the last place game. Tough to see, but they've played really well against some big name schools, being quite a smaller school. Vietz thought about the 3 there. And we're back in action. Brendan Graham kick out pass. Or excuse me, that was Hurring to Graham. Bromley hits a 3. And all you can really do now is just try to cut the deficit as much as you can. It's been tough here for Coffeyville. But they want to set up an offense. They want to set up something they can go to and at least try and get 7th place for that matter. And Darrell Jones with the transition bucket. Now you start seeing the Mavericks starting to slow it down. Backcourt violation, or we should start seeing the Mavericks start to slow it down in just a second. And checking in here for Coffeyville, that's number 25, Zach Slavin. Saw a few minutes out of him the other night. And Darrell Jones gets it to Barrett. And it will be in favor of Coffeyville. Byron Fitzpatrick checks in for Maize South. And then for Coffeyville, number 10, Ty Wintigen. Number 11, Cooper Rooks. And number 15, Nathan Rippey. And I didn't mention the Mavericks' new roster. Andrew Schinkel. And then number 22, Barron Lynch. And number 23, Owen Klein. They replaced them at the timeout, along with Isaiah Atwater also checking in, though he has been in this game. And there he goes, knocking down a three, his second three of the game. And that's something that you don't mention very often with this Mavericks offense. The second that you stop Trey Reed or you even take him out of the game, they can still hold their ground. They have a solid offensive core, and you leave Isaiah Atwater open like that, he's going to knock him down, and maybe not at the rate of Trey Reed, but he'll still hit him, and he'll still end up stinging in the end. Over to the corner. Driving in here, and a floater off the mark. Byron Fitzpatrick grabs the board. Here comes Fitzpatrick, and a crafty layup there. And his fourth point on the night. Off the mark on that layup. Schinkel with the rebound. Now if you're Maize South, I think what they're doing is trying to run up the score, maybe get that intimidation factor up for their next opponent. And there goes Isaiah Atwater. And this right here shows the next generation of Mavericks. They're set for a couple more years. They had a solid senior class last year, and now these players have clearly learned from that senior class. They have a lot of depth here at Maize South. And there goes Isaiah Atwater. An incredible shot. And his third three-point shot in 3 possessions. He's nailed all 3 of them. Off the mark on the shot, but a foul call. Shot there by Cooper Rooks. 3 shots to come here from Cooper Rook. And on the foul, it's number 23, Owen Klein. There's Rooks, his first. Rooks looking for his second, and 40 points is now the deficit. Now 39 as Rooks hits his second. But 84 points in a high school basketball game. You score 84 points every time, and you're most likely going undefeated. This has been an incredible game by Maize South, and though they struggled last night against Shawnee Mission East, they are heading into the 5th place game with a lot of pride, with their heads held high, But that's a big intimidation factor for their next opponent. That being either Ulysses or Valley Center. We will see at 5 o'clock. And off the mark there from Isaiah Atwater. A board, and putting it up there is number 23, Owen Klein. And he'll get a bucket as the last few seconds wane away. Slavin gets his first foul. And off the mark there from, that's Owen Klein, and just the last second shot here from Coffeyville, trying to throw something up. And off the mark. Well, that will end off your game number 1, 86-46 your score. And a tough loss there for Coffeyville, but they have a lot of improvement to do to going into the 7th place game that they will be playing tomorrow. And then here come your Hornets. They'll be playing in about 20 minutes. That's all from Hornet Studios. Tune back in 20 minutes for the calling of your Hornets game. Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash for tonight's 5 o'clock game between the Ulysses Tigers and your Valley Center Hornets. The Hornets coming off a tough loss against Blue Valley West. 82-74 was the final in double overtime, and it was a thriller. But as we talked about, the Hornets struggle in overtime, and I saw a lot of improvement from yesterday. They typically struggle in the first overtime, but they carried it into a second overtime. And that's all you can really do as a basketball team, is slowly improve throughout the course of the season and continually get better. And most of those teams end up heating up at the end of the season, which is big to see come playoff time. A couple big games. The Blue Valley West had 4 scorers on their team that had double digits points, and it was tough to see. Omar Stanley dominated in the post with 26 points, and that was just incredible to see a performance from him, but tough to see as a Hornets fan. And then we saw Spencer Bain with 18, an All-American nominee, and he really showed off in that game. And then for the Hornets, Eli Isaacs had 17, Jacob Byrne with 18, but one thing, the focal point of this Hornets team last night was Gabe Phillips. Had an incredible game and did just about everything right. Everything he did, he was creating space for himself. He took some incredible jumpers that ended up being makes and were a lot of his game last night, but a couple big games. But the Hornets overall struggled as a team. We saw a couple big players, but other than that, everybody else was pretty much cold. And we will get the national anthem underway in just a second.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome you to the Valley Center for day 2 of the
And that was the national anthem by your Valley Center Pep Band. And the starting lineups here tonight will get underway. One thing I failed to mention for Ulysses, some good games by Lance Walker, number 1. And Eli Isaacs will start off here for the Hornets. And talked about him, Lance Walker, a guy to contain here if you're the Hornets defense. Next up for the Hornets, a shooter in the building. That's number 10, Jacob Byrne. And got hot last night late in the game. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough to propel the Hornets to a victory. Aaron Galindo next, and a solid player who could do just about everything for Ulysses. Next up, Gabe Phillips. We talked about his total domination last night, a career high of 28, surpassing his career high of 17. And next up here for Ulysses, that's number 3, Ryan Nightingale. And fourth on this roster, that's number 22, Ray Flora. He's the student body president, going to bring a needed leadership role to this team here in tonight's hopeful win. And next up here for Ulysses, number 11, Jordan Cifuentes. And you can't help but ask, how's the weather up there? That's number 23, Braden Gray, standing at a whopping 6'9". And rounding off Ulysses' roster, that's number 22, Trey Duran. And so that will round off your starting lineups. And I'm excited to see how Ulysses will do. They got dominated 73-52 last night against Wichita Southeast, and I'm excited to see how they'll play against this Hornets offense because they didn't get a good look last night. That's a tough team. Being a City League team, you know it's got to be a tough one to face, and I'll be interested to see if you see their offensive production skyrocket here tonight. The Hornets might have their hands a little bit more full than they're expecting. We are having some microphone issues. We do apologize. Lance Walker inside, short range jumper. And he'll hit that there. Here comes Eli Isaacs in the Hornets. Dribble drive offense here. Out to Isaacs. And a pick and roll for Braden Gray. Kick out to Gabe Phillips.
Mic test 1 2 3. Mic test 1 2 3.
And there we are as Gabe Phillips grabs a and one opportunity.
And Gabe Phillips right there picking it right up where he left off last night. 28 points, like you mentioned. He's the second leading scorer in this tournament right now. And here he is at the line.
Well, if he wants to keep that one of the top leading scorers in this tournament stat, he's going to have to pick it up and have the same performance he did last night, as Trey Reed had quite a game with 34 points, I believe it was, in the win last game.
And Trey Reed was the fourth leading scorer out of day one. He had 24, so adding to that total in last game. Lance Walker's going to hit a three for the Ulysses Tigers, an early 3-point lead, 5-2 score, about a minute and 5 into this ball game. Isaacs drives in. Isaacs no good on the reverse layup, but that's something that he's really brought into his game this year. Last year he was a catch and shooter and kind of a transition offensive player, but this year he's really working the half court, as most of these Hornets have expanded their games and being able to run half court offense that was not there in the last year's team, especially with how young they were last year. And Isaacs, Phillips, Byrne, Braden Gray, they were all players that got playing time last year but didn't have success scoring. Well, they had success scoring, but not like consistently. And this year, they've all expanded their game.
Well, that's one of the things I love about the Hornets. They can drive in and make a couple shifty moves. Isaacs gets a bucket there, but you can put them in bad position, but they'll still find some way to finish. I see guys like Gabe Phillips and Jacob Byrne, Eli Isaacs, and then Marion Pons, who's not on the court now, but they always find crafty ways to finish.
Byrne missed on the three, but Isaac with the steal right there. And that was his first steal of the game, averaging 3.2 steals on the season. And they're going to get a foul called on Braden Gray as Galindo drived in, taking the 6'9" Braden Gray on in the paint. Not a lot of players will do that, especially with Galindo's height. Ray Flora will head to the bench as Mason Burns checks in. Duran tried to get the pass to Isaacs. He was just denying the pass and then ended up breaking it up. Inside, Galindo off the mark. Here come the Hornets. Isaacs on Galindo, jump stop, but lost it. Ball's on the floor. Cifuentes with it now. I think the team that can create more turnovers and take care of the ball, no matter how good their half-court offense is tonight, the team that's going to be able to take care of the ball is going to win this game.
Well, one thing I think the Hornets have struggled with a little bit this season is they see a team and they're like, oh, their record's not that great. They lost pretty badly last night or something like that, something along those lines. And because of that, they get in the mindset that, oh, we'll win. I don't care what the game is, 1A game, 6A game, state championship, you always have to go into the game with the mindset that if we don't play our hearts out, then we're going to end up losing. That's something the Hornets have struggled with, and I think early here, Ulysses isn't a big-name team, but yet the Hornets are still struggling to dominate them as they previously thought they would, and they're down 2, and I think that's the whole reason for that timeout there. And Marion Pons will check in for Jacob Byrne at the timeout.
So Lance Walker got it to Nightingale. Hornets going to put the pressure on. Josh Dessenberger gets a steal. Isaac's on the baseline. So like I said, being able to create turnovers has been what the Hornets have done very well this year. Burns out for 3, off the mark. Gabe Phillips with the rebound. And Phillips right now an outstanding player playing for the Hornets. And, you know, we talked about his ability, or not his ability, his work ethic and how he's always given 110%, whatever he's doing in the classroom and, you know, on the basketball court. Last night after his 28-point performance, he actually went and made a highlight film for the first half of the season, and because, you know, he wants to go onto the next level playing basketball, and he ended up spending about 2 hours. I asked him on it. He spent about 2 hours last night after the game and then put it out on Twitter last night. So that just proves that he's an all-around hard-working guy.
Well, that's the thing. He's listed as a power forward, and he embodies the position of power forward. He's very strong. He finishes strong, and he's big when he goes up and gets a board. He makes his free throw there, but he can do everything on the floor that he needs to do. He's a solid defender, and as I said, he goes up strong. He plays strong basketball and really embodies that position.
And he misses his first free throw, or his second free throw. He made his first. Hornets do trail by 1. Lance Walker drives in the baseline. He's having a good game so far. He's got 5.
Well, last night it was all shutting down both Spencer Bain and Omar Bradley. Right now, the Hornets really only have one player to focus on, and that's going to be Lance Walker. If the Hornets don't take control of him, and pretty soon they're going to struggle here, as Lance Walker, like I talked about, put up 20 points and was one of the few lights, one of the few hopes that Ulysses has had last night.
Inside, Flora drives baseline, but that'll be a charge. That was Rosales who drew the charge. And I guess one of the refs called it a charge. The other ref said nope. It was a blocking foul. Ray Flora got the bucket to go. He'll be at the line to complete a 3-point play. Flora off the mark on the free throw. Marion Pons going up for the rebound, and he will be called for a jump ball, but that's one thing. We haven't seen Marion Pons a lot in this tournament have a big impact on the game, but we know how big of the little things he does right, and that one of those big things that he does right is the rebounding.
Well, one thing I see in his game, as you talked about, rebounding is a big part of his game. 5.5 rebounds per game, and incredible numbers playing with the size he's at. At 6'2", it might seem big, but when you get up there to the rim, that's not that huge. Getting 5.5 rebounds, that's pretty good numbers. But overall, he's just an incredible defender. I hear time and time again when the Hornets need a good defender, they're going to pick Marion Pons, and more often than most of the other players, and he can do everything. And he struggled to score this year, but everything other than that, he dominates in.
And Gonzalez checks in, takes a 3 off the mark. And Isaacs found Gray. Jacob Byrne, a corner 3. rattles in and out, but Isaac's an offensive rebound, and he'll have the ball stolen by Martinez. Martinez up the floor. Gonzalez, another three. That time off again. Mason Burns, rebound. And he'll be called for a travel. And the crowd not agreeing with that, as Mason Burns thought he got pushed over. Galindo checks back in for the Tigers. 2:17 left in this first quarter. Along with Lance Walker checking back in for Ulysses. He'll take the place of Duran. Walker, the one player that the Hornets need to stop right now, and he has most of the offensive production for Ulysses. And Scott retained possession as the ball looked like it may have almost gone over. Martinez drives. Scott in the corner, way off. Pons the rebound. Isaac's pushing the floor. Jump stop inside. Isaac's lost it. And that's going to be a foul called on number 15, Gonzalez. It's his first personal. Phillips checking back in for the Hornets. As Pons heads to the bench. Isaac's underneath his own basket. Founds Burns in the corner. And he'll set up the play for Valley Center.
Well, on the defensive side of the ball, the production has been where the Hornets want it. They've allowed 10 points, but on the offensive side of the ball, they've really struggled. An attempted alley-oop for Braden Gray, but it hasn't been where they wanted. 9 points in a quarter is not what they expect from themselves, and you know when it comes to the end of the quarter, Unrau's going to be really mad about that one, producing 9 points in a quarter, especially against a smaller name team. He's going to expect more out of them in the second quarter, and hopefully that'll drive them to taking back the lead. Lance Walker hit a three there.
And the Hornets, like you said, they have to be able to put something together, as only 9 points so far in this first quarter. Coach Unrau's not going to like it. And after scoring, I believe it was 75, correct me if I'm wrong, Caleb, but 74 points in last night's game. And usually when you score 74 points, as Byrne hits a three right there to bring it within one, but usually when you score 74 points in a high school basketball game, you put yourself in a pretty good chance to win. But, you know, throughout double OT last night and Spencer Bain and Omar Stanley heating up at the end, they weren't able to pull out a win. And like we mentioned yesterday, that when the Hornets, or if you lose your first game in this tournament, the best you can get is 5th place. But it's very likely if the Hornets can win this game, they'll see Maize South again. And the last time they played Maize South was here at home, and they lost in an OT thriller too. So I know, talking to some of the players today throughout school, they're really looking forward to try to win this game and play Maize South, because they figured Maize South would beat Coffeyville, and which ended up happening. And then, but right now they're playing like they kind of overlooked this Ulysses team, and that's what you were talking about earlier, is that sometimes when the Hornets play these lower named schools, and they kind of think lesser of them, when we know Ulysses throughout the past couple of years has been able to put up a fight. Last year was not the best year for them, but a couple years before, I believe they got 3rd place. That was Gabe Phillips, who's still hot on the offensive end for the Hornets. He brings a 1-point lead for the Hornets. Off the mark right there from 3. That is the 4th airball 3 for Ulysses in this first quarter. And the Hornets are playing good defense. They're not able to get easy shots. Right now, again, like we mentioned, it's just Lance Walker doing all the offensive production for Ulysses. It was off of Nightingale's foot. So it'll be Hornet ball with 2.8 seconds left in this first quarter. Trying to keep the momentum. Isaacs, inside, floater, in and out. And to end the first quarter, your Hornets hold on to a 1-point lead over the Ulysses Tigers. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the food guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. Your Hornets lead by 1 point. And if you look at all the best teams in history, that's one of the things is they expect better from themselves. And that's what the Hornets have to do right now. They have to expect better from themselves. They didn't produce what they wanted to offensively in the first quarter. And though they did defensively, they have to make up for it on the offensive side of the ball. You're talking about Austin, about how the Hornets almost overlooked this team. They're looking on to the next game and hoping to play Maize South. Well, if I look at any of the greatest players of all time, you interview them and ask them, what are you expecting for the next couple games? They'll say, I don't care about the next couple games. It's always the next game. You have to focus on this at all times. And focus was lowered from this game in preparation for a possible Maize South game as Braden Gray gets a steal there. And because of that, they're struggling here in this first quarter, and they're not putting up the numbers they want to be putting up.
But right there was a steal, and Hornets will get a chance to keep the momentum on the offensive end. Ulysses is in his zone. That's how you beat it. Quick, fast passes, but Gabe Phillips missed on the three, and Jacob Byrne finishes underneath. Isaac's guarding Galindo. He's setting things up for the Tigers. And the Hornets in this game have stuck with their man-to-man defense. Duran on the cut, off the mark, rebounded by Flora. Up the floor. Byrne thought about the three. Gonna drive in. Off the mark on the lay-in. And then Braden Gray with the rebound. Missed his first attempt. And then Cifuentes will end up with it for the Tigers. Galindo. 6:35 left. Lance Walker trying to make a move on Phillips. Jordan Cifuentes, he had an impact in last year's Ulysses team, but we haven't seen much of him on this year's squad right now. And in that first game, it was really Galindo and Lance Walker, a little bit of Duran, but Cifuentes gonna have to have a better offensive performance if he wants to help his team out. Right now, the Hornets only have a 1 point lead, or 3 point lead, excuse me. Galindo into Duran. He misses again inside. Cifuentes, a jumper off the mark. And second chance points here. Can't get that to go. Hornets still not coming up with the rebound. Nightingale. Cifuentes out for three. That's off the mark. Finally, Isaacs will rebound. Pushing up the floor.
Well, it's tough to to win a basketball game when you give up offensive rebounds like that. 3 on 1 possession, and good relentlessness by that Hornets defense to keep defending. They didn't end up getting the bucket, obviously, but as Isaac scores there. But the Hornets need to be better in the rebounding game. That's one of the things I talked about. One of the statistical correlations is that when the Hornets rebound, they typically win. When they out-rebound the other team, they're typically going to win, and that's something they're struggling to do here in this game.
Duran out for three. He'll make that a 2-point ball game. We have a timeout called by the Hornets. After this timeout, we will see Braden Dalrymple for the first time in this ball game, along with Marion Pons checking back in. We'll be right back here on Hornet Studios.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 2 points is the margin, and your Hornets lead. As you talked about, Marion Pons and Braden Dalrymple checked in before the timeout. The Hornets slowly but surely working their way back up to where they want to be, but they're not there yet. The work is not done, and it won't be until that clock hits triple zeros. They're going to have to keep pounding against a team they didn't expect to have to pound much against. And there's Jacob Byrne off the mark.
You know, Byrne, Isaacs hits a three right there, but Jacob Byrne, his shot has not been where it usually is in this tournament. And one thing to see is he's still able to score 18 points like he did last night because he's using, we don't see it a lot, and we haven't seen it a lot this season, but he's using his ability to get on the inside and make a couple of moves to get inside, and he's able to finish almost perfect most of the time from inside. If not, he's getting fouled. Ray Flora drives in right there, gets his first bucket of the game. And I actually talked to Jacob Byrne, and I was just talking to him, having a little conversation with him just for knowledge because, you know, me and you, we love basketball stats and talking basketball and sports with people. And I asked him, I said, so how did you perfect your shot? And he said, well, since I've been playing basketball, which has about been 5 or 6 years of age, he's put up hundreds of shots a day from outside the arc. And then I asked him, I was like, well, you're doing a great job driving into the paint and scoring. And he was like, well, that's something I've done with my trainer since about 7th grade too. And so he used to be a big man back when he played when he was in his younger days, and that's really propelled him. He's able to score on the inside and on the outside now, and he's really a complete offensive player for the Hornets. Well, Gabe Phillips checks in here.
Well, definitely. One thing I compare him to is Stephen Curry. Stephen Curry being such a good three-point shooter, and he talked about, I read an interview about Stephen Curry, how he gets to the arena at sometimes 9 a.m. for home games and just puts up shots for hours on end. And that just shows you why his shot is perfect. That's something that you can't do unless you put up shots. You can't perfect a three-point shot unless you put up a lot of shots, like Jacob Byrne has done. And he's played basketball for a long time, and when you've played basketball for a long time, you tend to perfect that shot.
Braden Gray gets back in as Dalrymple will head to the bench. And Hornets have a 7-point lead with 3:35 left. Cifuentes out for three, off the mark once again. Isaacs and Pons got the rebound together. And then Eli Isaacs bringing it up the floor. See that Hornet offense, a pick and roll right here. Isaacs driving in with his left hand. Finds Pons on the inside, and Marion Pons is being fouled. He'll head to the free throw line, shooting two. Pons is not the best free throw shooter in the world, but he's able to put them in when he needs to. That one off the mark.
Well, and if there's anything Pons needs to improve on, it's obviously shooting. He can do everything on this court, but shooting has been his downfall so far on the season, and I've been seeing him work quite a bit on his shooting form, and that's something he admits he struggles with, but that's one of those things is that you keep putting those hours in the gym like we talked about with Jacob Byrne, then you can perfect that shot, and over time he'll be the complete player.
And he caused Jordan Cifuentes right there to dribble the ball out of bounds. And like you said, it just takes time and perfection. We were just talking about Jacob Byrne, who's played basketball since he was 5 or 6, and Marion Pons, he's played basketball kind of on and off throughout his lifetime. His main sport is definitely football. He's a running back here at Valley Center High School, but basketball, he loves playing basketball. He loves the defensive aspect, and me being good friends with him, I'm able to talk to him about some of his basketball and what he wants to do this year, and he never mentions scoring, and as that's nice, he just wants to be a great defender, and that's, if you're a coach, you love to hear that, because they always say offense will win games, but defense wins championships. And so 2:25 left in this game, and the Hornets are starting to score. and starting to get a lot of stops on the defensive end. It'll be Byrne, and then Scott will check in for Ulysses. Mason Burns heads to the bench. Galindo got it to Duran. The inside, Duran. Phillips moving with Scott. Scott puts up a floater. First points in like 4 minutes for the Ulysses Tigers.
Well, that's one of those things. You see Lance Walker and Trey Duran, and they're the majority of the scoring, but when they're not scoring, they're opening up positions for their players. They're opening up shots for their players. Braden Gray gets a rebound, and looks as though he'll get a charge, I believe it is. But that's one of those things, is that they're able to open up other opportunities for their players when they're not scoring, and that's great to see as a full player. These two players are really vital to this team.
Well, that would put Braden Gray at 2 fouls, so he'll head to the bench. Josh Sessenberger checks in for him. One thing about Braden Gray, with being the 6'9" frame he is, just little touch on some of those smaller players. A lot of refs have been calling him on fouls this year. He hasn't been in total foul trouble yet this year. I believe there was one game he had 4 or 5 and maybe fouled out with Isaacs in one of the Kingman games. But other than that, he's done a great job as when he starts playing to his refs. And good defense right there from the Hornets. Gabe Phillips rushes down the court, and he'll find Isaacs. Phillips at the top. Jacob Byrne, catch and shoot. Jacob Byrne hits from downtown, now 12-point lead.
Well, that's one of those things I've seen in the regular season so far for the Hornets. Jacob Byrne heats up at the beginning. He gets a lot of momentum going, but then he starts to slow down. He starts to get cold later in the games, and that's been a pretty consistent streak throughout most of the game. So what he's really trying to do is make sure that he can hit those threes consistently throughout the game. Good defense here by the Hornets, but that's one of the biggest things that could really elevate this Hornets offense.
And that'll be a timeout called by Coach Unruh on the Hornets with 44 seconds. Scott picks up his second bucket of the game, and it's a 10-point lead for the Hornets.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
Well, your Hornets struggled at the beginning of the game. After that timeout, your deficit is 10. The Hornets lead the Ulysses Tigers 30-20.
And the Hornets running that offense. Isaacs lucks out as it looked like Galindo may have almost got the steal. But one thing about that offense that the Hornet runs is it's trying to set up another player, but teams have started to shut it down when the Hornets run it because they just telegraph their passes. They know what they're about to do. Now we have 5 seconds. Isaacs makes a move to get inside. Finds Byrne in the corner to end the first half. Jacob Byrne hits from 3, and it's a 13-point lead headed into the locker room. Your Hornets up on the Ulysses Tigers. We'll be back for the second half right here on Hornet Studios, so stay tuned.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, 33-20 your score, and the Hornets lead by 13 points. I think they underestimated them a little bit in the first quarter, but now they got a solid lead ahead of them. It's just keeping that lead in the second half, excuse me. As we've seen in Hornet basketball, no lead is safe, so they're going to have to keep pushing, keep extending that lead, and we'll see if they can do that in about 2 minutes for the start of the second half. For Ulysses, leading scorers are Lance Walker with 10 points, and then Ben Scott with 4, Trey Duran with 6. And so far they've struggled on the shooting accuracy part. 100% shooting from Lance Walker, but other than that, 8 players on this team have attempted a shot, and only 3 have made them so far at 29.6% shooting, 25% from field goal range, and 36 from the three-point line. 15 rebounds, 5 offensive, 9 defensive, or 14 rebounds, 5 offensive, 9 defensive for the Ulysses Tigers. And then for your Hornets, Eli Isaacs with 7, Jacob Byrne with 11, Gabe Phillips with 7, Ray Flora with 4, and Braden Gray with 4, that being points, totaling up to 33. And they haven't done half bad with the shooting. It's not where they want it to be at 46%, but they've had a solid game shooting-wise. 50% from the field and 40% from the three-point line, being led by Jacob Byrne, who has hit 3 threes so far on the game. And rebounding-wise, they've had 24 rebounds, 9 offensive, 12 defensive. And so far, the Hornets, on the statistical side of things, have played pretty well. They just got to keep pushing, got to keep extending that lead to make sure that they can really ensure this win, get those insurance type points to make sure nothing late comes back and Ulysses has no shot.
And like we said, the Hornets tend to start slow against some of these teams that are they think lesser of. And so if I'm Coach Unruh in that locker room, I'm keeping the pressure on, and I'm telling my guys that you got to keep playing. And then if you get up by enough in the fourth quarter, then you can start taking your time on offense. And, don't let up on the intensity. We've mentioned it multiple times in the past streams that the Hornets can't let up on the intensity, but you don't have to shoot every shot that comes your way. You got to make good decisions, but still got to play with that firepower. And right here, with only a 13-point lead and a bunch of time left, they're going to have to keep playing, just keep playing as hard as they can. Phillips, one of the guys that plays hard whenever he gets the ball. And it'll be off of Galindo right there, but Hornets luck out and almost turn the ball over.
Well, that's one of the things, seeing that Maize South beat their opponent Coffeyville 86-46, and that's a tough loss to see from Coffeyville, as I mentioned earlier, but you have to have a solid sense of domination in this game if you want to compete in intimidation factor with Maize South, and that's one of those things you can't let up at any point. A 13-point win is not going to do justice to a 40-point win that Maize South had. They're going to have to keep pushing and, like you said, play 4 full quarters of basketball no matter if they are up or down.
And that's who they're going to have to stop right there is Lance Walker, and he'll be called for a foul. Gabe Phillips got the steal. Walker fell into Phillips. That's Walker's second personal, so if the Hornets could get him into foul trouble, like you mentioned during that statistics break at halftime, he's really been the only offensive production that this Ulysses team has had, and consistent offensive production. Flora got his own rebound off the shot, and then Duran will be called for a foul, as looked like he was hugging Flora. Duran's second personal. Byrne out for 3. Thought about it, drives in with the right hand, gets that one to go, and he'll be at the line shooting 1, try to complete a 3-point play and put the Hornets up by 16.
As you talked about, Jacob Byrne is so crafty when he's going into the lane, and he had such a valuability going into the lane, getting fouled, and then he can hit free throws at an unbelievable rate, as he just showed there. Isaacs grabs the steal, but being able to be a triple threat type player as he knocks down a three there. A shooter and someone who's able to drive, and then a defender as well. He really has everything going for him in this basketball game.
And we're going to have a timeout right there by the Ulysses Tigers, but the Hornets keep it on the pressure at the start of this third quarter. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 19 points is the difference. Your Hornets lead. And they're slowly running away with this lead, something they hoped they would do, but didn't embody in the first quarter. 6:32 remains in this third quarter. And we just saw a good stretch there from Jacob Byrne, hitting an and one, and then also knocking down a three-point shot, doing everything on the offensive side of the ball that you want to do, scoring inside from the free throw line and from the three-point line. And there goes Braden Gray grabbing his steal, and he'll lay it in for two.
And that's nice to see from a big man. Got a steal on the opposite, trying to run a press, and then he goes in, lays it up with the left hand. Didn't block that shot, but he made Lance Walker miss it, and then he got the rebound. Coming the other way was Isaacs, and Isaacs went up for the and one. He'll be going to the line. Hornets shooting free throws. Marion Pons checks in for Jacob Byrne, and here is Eli Isaacs. Martinez checks in for Nightingale. Isaacs hits that 24-point ball game. So a swing of scores, or not a swing of scores, but Hornets putting together a great third quarter right now, and we're only 2 minutes in. Galindo in the inside, and he'll get that bucket to go to silence that run that the Hornets had. But Phillips inside jumper of his own. Gabe Phillips. And hasn't he been superb in this tournament? He had 28 in the first game tonight, picking up where he left off, doing a great job for the Hornets.
Well, that's one of those things I talked about with Trey Reed. I mentioned earlier in past live streams that in high school basketball, it's mostly layups and three-point shots. So when you can knock down mid-range jumpers at a consistent rate, it's very rare to see. And Gabe Phillips can clearly do that. He's knocked down mid-range jumpers, and he did it all night, and he's continuing to do it tonight. That just shows you how valuable and how good of a player he is to be able to knock down those low percentage shots. That's going to be a timeout, so we'll be back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here. 24 points is the lead. Good board there by Ulysses, and they'll get back to the offensive side of the ball.
Braden Dalrymple checked in at that timeout along with number 33, Dessenberger. Dalrymple thought about the three. He'll slow things down. Isaacs. And like I mentioned, the Hornets just have to keep up the intensity. Dalrymple out for 3 at the top of the key. He's the one who tied the game yesterday. He gave the chance the opportunity to win, but ended up not being able to pull it out. But a big 3 from him yesterday, and he knocks one down right there. Galindo underneath. He'll be fouled by Dessenberger. And Ray Flores at the scores table to check in for the Hornets.
Well, I know it was a big 3 in overtime 1, but I saw something big from him in regulation. He hit a 3-point shot, and it was because he was unmanned. There are 4 guys on the left side of the court, 1 guy on the right, and that 1 guy was Braden Dalrymple. They left him unmanned, and because of that, he was able to take advantage of an open shot. The defense disregarded him and regarded him as irrelevant on the offensive side of the ball. Well, he said, I'm going to make you pay for that, and ended up making a 3-point shot because of it. He might not be the best offensive producer the Hornets have, but when it comes down to crunch time, he's going to make shots.
And Galindo's at the free throw line. He's been the offensive production here in this second half for Ulysses. As they only have 4 points, he has all 4 of them. And this weave offense that the Hornets run, Martinez will commit a foul on Mason Burns. One thing about that weave offense is it gets the defense moving, and like we talk about on an offensive side of the ball, when you can have moving parts, as Gabe Phillips checks in for Braden Dalrymple, but when you can have moving parts, and it'll open things up, especially down low and into the post. And that's what the Hornets try to do with their dribble drive weaving offense.
Well, at the beginning of the year when Coach Unruh set up this offense, he knew that last year they were too predictable as an offensive team. Josh Dessenberger gets a layup, but he knew that they were too predictable, and so he wanted something to be able to set something up every single time. You can go to that and go to every play from that play, and because of that, it kind of gives that unpredictable element that they want on the offensive side of the ball, something that has skyrocketed their offensive production so far this season.
It'll be Dessenberger's second foul. Lance Walker at the line for the Tigers.
Well, Walker has been shut down so far since the first quarter. He had a strong first quarter with 10, but that'll be his first point since. Jacob Byrne checks in for Ray Flora. Here's Walker's second. And he'll drain that one.
And Burns found Byrne over to Phillips to Pons. Dessenberger underneath. Big dribble underneath. Gets it to go.
Well, I talked to Josh Dessenberger the other night after the Andover Central win, and a crowd silencing shot there by Oscar Martinez for 3. But he said he wished he could have got more minutes at Andover Central. And he said he regretted the minutes that he did get because he didn't take advantage of them. He knows that he's not going to get as many minutes as Braden Gray per se, but right now he's really trying his best to take advantage of those the best he can.
And we see from players like Braden Dalrymple and some of the Pons when he wasn't getting as much playing time, as Byrne will attempt a 3 and hit that. Jacob Byrne knocks down his 4th 3 of the game. But as I was saying, it's not as much about how many minutes you play in a game. It's more about the value you put in your playing time. And Josh Dessenberger doing a great job of that tonight. Running the floor are the Hornets. Pons inside. He'll be fouled by Lance Walker. That's Walker's 3rd personal. And Pons is headed back to the line for the Hornets with 2:53 left in this 3rd period. The scores table is Isaacs. Toilet wheels around and out for Pons, and then Nightingale, Scott, and Cifuentes check in for Ulysses. That one rattles out too for Pons. 2:50 left, and Lance Walker bringing up the floor. as you mentioned, pretty much silence besides those free throws since the first quarter. Scott, no good from 3. Ulysses still is struggling to shoot. On the inside, Desberger. And that'll be a travel for Mason Burns. And we'll have Dalrymple, Gray, Flora, Isaacs, and Byrne all checking in for the Hornets. It was Nightingale who came in for Ulysses, and he'll have the ball. Hornets switch into a 1-3-1 defense. They tried to switch into it last time, but Martinez hit that quick 3. And then Walker couldn't hit that one. Scott with the rebound, and he'll put second chance points up. And a 31-56 lead for your Hornets, and they'll have the ball.
Well, that's one of those things I talked about, how the Hornets wanted an unpredictable element on their offensive side. Well, they've done the same thing on the defensive side. Last year, it was mainly 1-3-1. We rarely saw them anything but 1-3-1. And because of that, the offense has to come down every time. A shifty layup there from Eli Isaacs, but they have to come down every time, and their first goal is to read what defense the Hornets are in. And if they can do that successfully, then they can make big plays. But if they can, if the Hornets keep them on their toes, then oftentimes they can dominate on the defensive side of the ball.
And that's going to be a foul called on Braden Gray. That's his 3rd personal. 13th foul for the Hornets. That's one thing. In the Blue Valley West game, both teams were committing a ton of fouls, and that was mostly due to the fact that they were just playing intense basketball, and that the first day refs, which we have new ones today, but the first day refs, they were calling a lot of things on a lot of teams, a lot of little things, I should say, and that was the reason Isaacs fouled out last night in that matchup. But today, not as many fouls have been called, and the Hornets doing a great job playing to that and playing aggressive. Byrne, another 3 for him. Knocks that one down. Jacob Byrne heating up behind the arc. Here is Lance Walker. Inside. Got it over Gray, but he couldn't finish. Running the floor are the Hornets. Phillips drives all the way baseline. He'll take a corner 3 from the assist by Isaacs, way off. Pons with the rebound. Byrne, another 3, that time off the mark, but that was a little heat check right there. As somebody in the crowd just said shoot it, and Byrne took their advice. But a lot of second chance points. Isaacs out for 3, knocks it down. Crazy sequence right there from the Hornets, 64-33, 25 seconds left. A silencer right there from Scott, but the Hornets are all smiles right now as they are up big. 29 points to be exact.
Well, that's one of those things I talked about earlier in the season. You start winning, and like you said, they're having a lot of fun, and the more fun you have on the basketball court, the more basketball you want to play. And so that's how you develop a winning program, is have fun on the basketball court and continue to work hard. And there goes Eli Isaacs. He'll knock down a last-second 3, taking us into the 4th quarter, and no better time to completely shift the momentum in the Hornets' favor. We'll see you back here at Hornets Studios for the final 8 minutes of your Hornets basketball game.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
Well, talk about skyrocketing production. the Hornets just tallied it up. 34 points was their offensive production in the third quarter, and typically the third quarter being a quarter they struggle with. But right now they dominated in that third quarter, and right now they extended the lead to a point where they want to be in this game.
And that point they want to be is 30 points right now, as Noah Simmons, first time we've seen him at the start of the fourth quarter this year. He comes in late usually if the Hornets are up or down big. As Jacob Byrne still playing good basketball. He drives in right there, gets the points. Cifuentes takes a three. Lance Walker and Isaac's fighting for it. It'll be out of bounds off of Walker. Mason Burns along with Braden Dalrymple check in for the Hornets. But as I was saying, the Hornets have a good sophomore in Noah Simmons, doing a great job on the JV level and getting varsity minutes today as the Hornets are up big. Let's see what he can do with his time.
Well, as you said, key varsity minutes here. Next year, he's going to play a vital role on this offense because both Dessenberger and Gray are graduating. And there goes Braden Dalrymple, the drive and a layup. But he's going to play a vital role, and he's going to be thrown into it quick with very little varsity experience. But that's one of the things that you don't notice about him is he gives both these postmen, Dessenberger and Gray, included a workout in practice because he's the practice squad center. And he definitely makes them better. He pushes them every day, and so he has some of that unnoticed talent that I think next year will pay off. But right now, it's just getting him a little bit more varsity experience before he eventually starts next year. That's going to be a timeout, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
Well, just a quick 30-second timeout. 71-37 your score. And a baseline inbound to come here from Aaron Galindo of Ulysses.
And Walker makes a good move on Phillips, but can't finish on the three ball. So the Hornets have an opportunity to score way more points than they did in that game yesterday. Inside Simmons. Noah Simmons gets his first varsity points of his career. And 73-37 our score.
Actually, he had a few minutes in the Kingman tournament where he did get his first varsity. This is his first varsity points in 5 games and his first varsity minutes actually in 5 games. But like you said, a key guy to watch out in years to come.
That'll be a foul called on Josh Dessenberger as he got tripped up with Scott. It'll be an illegal screen though. Ray Flora checks in for Gabe Phillips. And then Alvarado will check in for Ulysses. That's the first time we'll see him tonight. And here he is with the ball. Duran out for 3. Good. And maybe a little bit too little too late as Lance Walker and Duran have hit a couple shots here at the start of this fourth quarter. But it's going to be a major comeback. If they can come back, it'll be one for the history books here at January Jam. Dylan Simmons, a turnaround hook shot right there. And now 75 points, the most the Hornets have scored this season and the most they scored in this tournament. Yesterday they scored 74, today 75. And we still have 4:33 left in this fourth quarter. It is a running clock since the Hornets are up by 20 at the start of fourth quarter. So it'll go by pretty quick here. And if you're Ulysses, that's probably the worst sign you could have if you want to make a comeback. Dessenberger out for 3, off the mark. And he airballs it.
Well, if there's any time to shoot a 3 as a big man, it's when you're up by 35 points. And you can take that and with no regret in your mind. He's just out there having fun playing basketball like we talked about, and he didn't even really care he airballed it, and that's a sign of life from the Hornets there, showing that they're having fun out there on the basketball court.
And if you're Josh Dessenberger, for a big man, I've seen him be able to shoot. He can shoot the 3 ball. He doesn't shoot it in the game very often, but in practice and through training, I've seen him make 3 balls in the past. That'll be a foul called on Noah Simmons for an illegal screen. It's the second illegal screen in this fourth quarter for the Hornets, but 3:20 left. Galino bringing it up the floor. Fuentes into Walker. Walker gets the easy 2 over Simmons. And so if you're the Hornets, you just are playing right now, just, again, like you said, just having fun, playing some good, solid basketball. They played a great third quarter. And like you mentioned, they have struggled in the third quarter for a lot of this season. And even in the past seasons, this third quarter has kind of been the demise of the team. They're usually able to hang with the team for, 3 quarters out of the 4. And like we mentioned, being able to put 4 quarters of basketball together is so important. And really, if you score 34 points in 1 quarter, you don't have to put 4 quarters of basketball together, as Dalrymple misses on the 3. Offensive rebound there from Simmons. It looked like he almost tried jamming it home, but he got blocked. Pons goes sky high for a rebound, and he'll get the bucket on the inside. A lot of offensive rebounding. I believe you said at halftime the Hornets had 9 offensive rebounds, and in the second half, they probably almost doubled that. They've done a great job fighting for every ball that comes their way.
Well, you look at it's a statistical correlation. I talk about that quite often. And when your offensive rebounds shoot up, your offensive production shoots up. As we saw, 34 points in the third quarter, and like you mentioned, their offensive rebounds have just been insane numbers.
That's Duran's third foul. He got called for a foul underneath. And checking in, Talbert will come in for Ulysses. But at the line is Noah Simmons of the Hornets. Knocks down his first free throw. He'll have another one.
Well, I know that this is what everyone in the stands wants to see, is Noah Simmons having a good game. He loves the game of basketball, and seeing him getting that varsity experience, it's good for everybody, and it makes everyone happy seeing him on the floor. And I'd expect to see a little bit more of it from him. But he makes that second one, but I expect to see a little bit more of him as the season goes on, just because, the crowd's excited. The crowd's excited that he's on the floor and proving himself with that production.
And that'll be a foul called on Braden Dalrymple, as that is going to probably do it for the game because it's a running clock. So a timeout will be called by Ulysses Tigers. That's just to stop the clock, I guess. And we'll be back when play resumes, as your Hornets holding on to a big victory against the Ulysses Tigers.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here in Hornet Studios. During the timeout, we heard chants from the student section, "We want Harden," and Harden might have had some good minutes this year had he not injured his foot during football season, but he'll be ready to go for next season. Good shot there by Yahir Alvarado, but he's going to be an impact player next year, that's for sure. Made a big impact on the JV team last year, as he won't be playing this season, but as I said, he'll be working hard in the gym, making sure he's ready for that varsity start.
And the Hornets will have a chance here to just run the clock out, as it looks like that's what they're going to do. They'll get a 79-46 victory over the Ulysses Tigers, who are the 2 seed in this tournament. The 6-seeded Hornets will be playing the 5-seeded Maize South Mavericks. That'll be the second time we play them on this season, and not the last also, so it'll be a trilogy that we're going to see this year against Maize South. And that next up in about 20 minutes, we'll be seeing Shawnee Mission East versus the number 1 seeded Garden City Buffaloes right here on Hornet Studios.
Hi, folks, and welcome back here to Hornet Studios. About a minute away from getting this matchup underway. The Shawnee Mission East Lancers and then the Wichita Southeast, the Garden City Buffaloes will be playing here. And this is a 1 versus 4 seed matchup. And Shawnee Mission East, after a comeback win last night, they're ready to go. And that's the thing I talked about with Maize South, was that mindset thing. Shawnee Mission East has that mindset, that ideal mindset that they're looking for. They're playing as the underdogs, being the 4 seed, but I think they have a lot more talent than that number 4 seed says about them. And so I think they're going to come off firing on all cylinders, and it's definitely going to be a team to watch not only here but later in the tournament.
This is game number 3. Features the visiting team, Shawnee Mission East Lancers versus the home team, the
And I think we will be doing the national anthem first.
Please rise. Remove your hats.
And we're back here after the national anthem. And the Garden City team coming off a win at 50-45, 1 over 8 seed. And that was a very close game for the seeding. But they're going to have to come off firing on all cylinders tonight if they want to beat this strong Shawnee Mission East team. And here's number 3, Tony Friend III for East. Then for Garden City, number 1, Tay Rosales. And next up for Shawnee Mission East, number 4, Tommy Dreyer. And Tommy Dreyer in last night's game had 11 points. And here for the Garden City Buffaloes, number 2, Xavier Williams. He had quite a game last night. And then next up, Nick Ahrensberg for Shawnee Mission East. And one of their studs had 18 points last night. And here for Garden City, number 5, Isaac Flores. And here's number 24, Preston Reynolds, who had a big impact all around the court, but mainly in the post last night, a guy to watch for. And here's number 21, that's Caleb Weesey. Didn't see him start last night, but he did have quite an impact off the bench. And rounding off this Shawnee Mission East lineup is number 32, Will Townsend. And rounding off Garden City's roster, number 22, Carson Tanner. And right now they are a 1 seed, but this is an unproven team in Garden City. And they have a lot to prove here tonight if they really want to embody that true 1 seed that they got when this bracket was made. They have a lot to prove against Shawnee Mission East, a really good team after coming off beating that come from behind victory, beating Maize South. And so we'll see what they can do here. And leading scorers last night, as I mentioned, Nick Ahrensberg with 18 for Shawnee Mission East, 16 from Preston Reynolds, and he had quite an impact in the post, opening up a lot of things in for Garden City. 14 points, number 5, Isaac Flores, and then 10 points, number 32, Trey Newsom, who again had a big impact in the post as we saw. So a lot of game in the post, and then Xavier Williams had 10 points as well. A couple guys to watch out for on both sides of the ball.
And Preston Reynolds, he had a great second half for Shawnee Mission East. That's where he made his money, and it was all off of offensive rebound. Not all, but most of it was off of offensive rebounds. Preston Reynolds was the player in the second half that fought for every ball. Here's an Xavier Williams 3 off the mark. And like you mentioned, the seeding was made a while back, and so this Garden City team has been struggling. And even though they picked up the win over Coffeyville yesterday, it was still a close game for being a 1 versus 8 seeded matchup. And so Garden City has a lot to prove. They got to come out and they got to prove something. And this Shawnee Mission East team, they were able to prove something in that second half of the Maize South game. But in that first half, they were struggling. Aaron Day was the only one who was able to score multiple points in that first quarter, and then he was kind of silenced in that second half. But here he is with a jumper off the mark. Townsend was big on the offensive boards last night. Here comes Xavier Williams down the court fast, left-handed layup, and Friends is going to run the point.
Well, that's the thing I saw about Shawnee Mission East last night, is that they started off really high pace and then ended up slowing it down. They were really in control of the pace most of the time. And Garden City here is also starting it off high paced with them. And so this is going to be high paced in the first half, but likely expect for it to slow down quite a bit in the second half, as it did against Maize South last night.
Here's Dreyer, a 3 from the wing. He knocks that one down. Dreyer, who had 11 points in last night's matchup, he's coming out tonight and gets the scoring started for Shawnee Mission East. Rosales. On the inside, Xavier Williams going to take a 3 of his own. Off the mark. Townsend a rebound.
Well, Garden City from the three-point line, they're a team that struggles. Last night they shot 23% from around the three-point arc, and so that's somewhere that East can take advantage. You give them a little bit of space on the three-point arc, and then their tendency is going to be to miss shots, so you can get some hopeful defensive rebounds and force some, even though they're not considered turnovers, in their mind they are considered turnovers.
And there's a turnover right there. Preston Reynolds going to dunk it. And now it's a 5-point game. And this Shawnee Mission East, there will be a timeout called right there from Garden City. But the Shawnee Mission East press was deadly in the second half against Maize South. That'll be a timeout. Garden City's got to stop something now, regain momentum, and establish something after this timeout.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here, 7-2 your score. And an early rout here by the Lancers. As we talked about, this Garden City team, though they are a 1 seed, they are unproven. And they'll struggle here early in this first quarter. They're going to need to find something.
Wheezy on the inside. That'll be a foul called on Friends. And Wheezy, who had that big first half of the Garden City game, he's a good, proven basketball player. Here is Rosales. Over to Flores. Flores and Xavier Williams. Garden City running their half-court offense, trying to set screens, trying to get something open. And Preston Reynolds, another steal, and another dunk coming the other way. Flores behind the back pass to Wheezy, and then Preston Reynolds. And he's picking up where he left off last night. He struggled in that first half, but in the second half he came alive. And right now already 2 dunks for Preston Reynolds. And right there, even though he got the foul, it looked like it was a pretty clean block.
Well, I know Valley isn't in this game, but I'm kind of biased towards Shawnee Mission East, meeting their coach. They're a very disciplined team. They don't foul often. This is a good bunch of kids who know how to work hard and really put in all the effort they need to win games.
Reynolds, another rebound. Pushing up the floor, Dreyer. And to Sublette. He'll find Friends. Ball on the floor, but Friends will be fouled by one of the two, Wheezy or Tanner. They're going to get Carson Tanner on the foul. That's his first team foul for Garden City. Newsman's at the scores table, set to check in for Garden City. Friends knocks that one down. Aaronsburg checks back in for Shawnee Mission East.
Well, this is a high free throw percentage team. Last night, 16 of their points in that win were caused by free throws. And so you send them to the free throw line, and more often than not, they're going to knock them down. That's something you don't want to do if your Garden City is fouled quite often. You get them into the bonus, and you're in real trouble.
Sublette playing good defense on Williams. Flores. And Garden City will break the press. And still haven't found anything on the offensive end, only scoring 3 points halfway through. But Xavier Williams will hit a three from the top of the key.
Well, Xavier Williams proved himself last night. He's a really good player, and he can turn around a game quite quickly. He's a very quick player and knows how to bring energy to the court, make a couple moves, and then ends up scoring like that one.
That's a foul on Preston Reynolds as he was trying to go for the steal on that. He runs the top of this press for Shawnee Mission East. Tolbert checks in for Garden City once again, along with Townsend for Shawnee Mission East. Tolbert gonna get it past half court. 13-6. Newsman on the inside is able to finish pretty frequently on the inside in his first game. That time he'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line. Shooting 2 for Garden City, excuse me.
Well, you look at in the past, this Garden City team has lacked size. They need someone to fill that role in the middle, and that's what Newsom does. They have a couple big guys, but Newsom really solidifies that spot really well, and that's great to see. He really ties this Garden City team together. Well, and when you're able to make free throws like him, it really expands your game, especially being a big guy. You get fouled quite often, and so you have to go to the line, and you have to be sure-handed to knock him down.
Inside, Aaronsgay gets that one to roll in. And Shawnee Mission East playing good, solid basketball. It's out of bounds. Sublette tried to save it, but they blocked. Newsman underneath. And Xavier Williams set to pass it in for Garden City.
And that's one of the things I love to see from an athlete is they always keep you guessing. That's what Xavier Williams done. He's creative with the basketball, as we saw on that play. And we saw a couple times yesterday. He's creative with the basketball, so he always keeps the defenders guessing. There's no simple go down and take a Euro step. There's no simple go down and pass it or go for a layup. He's always going to keep that defender guessing.
Driving inside is Sublette. Townsend underneath, can't get that to go. Wheezy with the rebound. Pushing up the floor are the Buffaloes. And Xavier Williams had it. It's only a 6-point ball game. So right now, Garden City hanging around. Rosales at top of the key, 3. And Rosales will make it a 3-point ball game.
Well, I talked about how Garden City lacked that percentage they wanted to see from the three-point arc tonight. Well, it looks like tonight that's going to be their game. They must have been just off yesterday, but they're hitting them from around the arc. 2 so far, but we're only 6 minutes through, and I expect to see a lot more of those from Garden City the way they've been hitting them in this first quarter.
Good pass right there. Dreyer on the inside. Can't get the pass to Townsend, but it'll be out of bounds off of Garden City. Stays with Shawnee Mission East underneath their own bucket. Jack Slider set to pass it in. Carson Tanner checks back in for the Buffaloes. Inside, Sublette. Can't get that to go, but he'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line. Try to extend a 3-point lead. The Lancers are holding on to. 2:06 left. There's Sublette's first free throw, knocks it through. On his way is the second. Trying to make it a 5-point ball game. He will. Reyes, Shawnee Mission East keeping their pressure. Right there, Dreyer, a steal. Miscommunication there, but Dreyer comes up with it. It's at the top of the key, and Townsend keeps it alive. Aaronsburg inside. Thought about the three with Sublette. Got it into Townsend, and he went up and got the dunk, but they're not going to count that. Not sure what they called. Checking back in is Flores for Garden City.
Well, that very well could have completely changed the course of the game had it been that dunk. Had that dunk counted for Townsend, that was just an incredible play and a show of domination over Garden City, and that was really personal if I saw anything from that play. And so he's trying his best to show that we're going to dominate you all night, and that would have shifted momentum in their favor.
And Aaronsburg right there got the bucket off the transition offense, and Flores will step out of bounds. Checking in is Xavier Williams for Garden City, and for Shawnee Mission East Lancers, we'll see Reynolds and friends coming back in. Reynolds had that big first couple minutes and then headed to the bench. First time since his outing.
Well, one thing I love about this Shawnee Mission East team is that they can do just about everything. They can play when they're down, as we saw last night against Maize South, but they're continuing to play well when they're up on the scoreboard, and that's big to see. But also they can run a transition offense, as we've seen so far. It's been more of a high-paced first quarter, and then we saw last night with kind of some domination in the second half, so a good comeback where they set up a half-court offense. They can do everything on the court.
Xavier Williams missed the three. Pushing up the floor are the Lancers. Dreyer lay-in. And with 40 seconds to go, it's now a 9-point lead. We saw it last night in their matchup against Maize South. Shawnee Mission East is able to score quick and fast. No good on the three from Reyes. Newsman, no good. Reyes, a rebound. Flores thought about the three. Drives in with the right hand. Gets it off the backboard to go. And he'll head to the free throw line to try to complete a 3-point play with 22 seconds left. Aaronsburg checks back in for the Lancers. And here's Flores' free throw. And it rattles out. So 20 seconds left. Shawnee Mission East can keep the momentum in their favor and try to hold for the last shot. Aaronsburg being guardly tight. Townsend. 5 seconds. Dreyer with it. And then he threw it away, trying to get it to friends on the opposite side of the court. Here is Jack Slaughter along with Sublette and Emmett Hill checking in for Shawnee Mission East.
Well, obviously they were trying to get the last shot there, and with that entails momentum gain. And so because they didn't protect the ball, they could possibly shift the momentum. And fortunately for Shawnee Mission East, he doesn't make that shot there. That's number 2, Xavier Williams. But that will round off the first 8 minutes, the first quarter of basketball. We'll see you back here at Hornet Studios for the start of the second quarter.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the food guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. One quarter of basketball is through. 20-13 is your score, and the Shawnee Mission East Lancers lead here. And so far, it's been pretty even. Everybody, or just about everybody on Shawnee Mission East has scored, and same for Garden City. But this Garden City team has struggled, as we talked about. They failed to prove themselves against Coffeyville, as Coffeyville, an 8 seed, put up quite a fight against them. And I'm thinking that if they don't fix something fast, then Shawnee Mission East is heading to the championship. But we'll see at the start of the second quarter.
And like you talked about, this game is to get into the championship, so you know both teams want to win. But right now, playing with the more intense ball play has been Shawnee Mission East. They're playing like they want to get into the championship. Garden City is just struggling to find stuff on offense, and that's kind of carrying over into their defense that's not being as strong as what we saw in the Coffeyville game. Coffeyville was was missing a lot of shots. Both teams shot horrific in that first half, and it was really Garden City's defense that helped them pull away. Reynolds inside. He'll get that bucket to go.
Well, Austin, I like that you use the word intense, because that is completely defined Shawnee Mission East play so far here. They have been basically out for blood. I saw that dunk from Townsend, that slam monster dunk that will probably end up being in the dunk contest just for that one. But they're here to dominate. They're here to play intense basketball, and they're being aggressive on both sides of the ball, and that's great to see. And it's tough to beat a basketball team when they do that quarter in, quarter out.
And putting up 20 points, I believe it was, in that first quarter. It's going to be tough to stop a team that can score 20 points in each quarter. And Friends comes up big right there on the coast-to-coast layup. And one thing about Shawnee Mission East is they caused multiple 10-second violations against Maize South, especially when Trey Reed wasn't in the game. And if you don't have a ball handler like Trey Reed and a guy you can trust on this Garden City team, Xavier Williams has been it for most of this tournament. But they got to establish somebody that can keep them on the board and keep them scoring on the offensive end. So far, only 13 points, down 11. And Aaronsburg has been a consistent scorer for the Lancers as he gets a bucket right there. A timeout will be called by Garden City. It'll be a full timeout. Coming back after will be Wheezy, and that'll be a timeout called by Garden City. We'll be back when play resumes.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
Well, so far this has been a game dominated by Shawnee Mission East. They have now doubled the points of Garden City at 26-13, and if Garden City doesn't find some way to stop them on both sides of the ball, start producing on the offensive side and stop them defensively, then this game is going to get out of hand, and before we know it, it's going to be a blowout.
And it is a 13-point deficit for Garden City. Reynolds almost got another steal, but he'll be out of bounds. And Garden City ball. So far in our 2 games today, it's been blowouts by Maize South and Valley Center. And if you're Shawnee Mission East, you want to do the same to try to get into the championship game. But if you are Garden City, you want to make it interesting, you'll have to start figuring things out on the offensive end.
Well, as you mentioned, both of the games today have been blowouts, so it kind of sets a standard. If you're Shawnee Mission East, you're expecting a blowout, or not necessarily expecting, but they're prepared for a blowout, and when the time comes when they hit that margin of 30 points and get a running clock, they're still going to not stop pushing. They're going to make sure that they can get a huge win and intimidate their next opponent.
There was an offensive board right there. Now Wheezy has it. Reynolds, that was Rosales, threw it out of bounds, and it'll be Dreyer passing it into Reynolds for Shawnee Mission East. And like you talked about yesterday in the Maize South matchup, the Lancers can run this half-court offense, and they try to slow things down, especially when they have the lead. But right there, that was perfect offense from the Lancers. The ball movement was superb, and then Reynolds got inside, made the layup, and won. He'll be at the free throw line. Sublette checking in for Aaronsburg. And here we are having Reynolds at the line.
Well, as you talked about, I like their offensive strategy there. You have Townsend on the bottom, and then you have Preston Reynolds right above in the high post. And what they're typically going to do, push it into the post and find Townsend. And then the second Townsend has the ball, Reynolds is going to come up and undercut him on the other side of the lane. A good drive there by Xavier Williams, but he's going to typically get that basket, which is why he has more points than Townsend. Because the second Townsend gets that ball, he's coming up and he's going straight to the basket trying to get that ball.
And so here's Emmett Hill. Dreyer had a big first quarter, knocking down a 3 and a couple of lay-ins. Reynolds lost it inside. Townsend wanted to dunk it, but he'll get the easy 2 instead. So it is a 30-15 lead for the Lancers. Rosales inside. Wheeze, no good on his first attempt. Can't get his second attempt to go. Emmett Hill, the rebound. And Shawnee Mission East, another chance. Sublette in the corner. That time off the mark, an offensive rebound. Townsend. First and second attempts are off. Third attempt off. He gets his own rebound once again. Ball's on the floor. And Xavier Williams can come up with it. And they're going to get a foul called on, I believe, number 32, Townsend. I think he was on the floor. Refs are going to talk things over. But at the scores table is going to be Flores for Garden City, and then for the Lancers is Aaronsburg and number 22, Slaughter. That's a technical foul against Will Townsend. It's his second personal. As it looked like when he was on the ground, he was trying to hold back Xavier Williams and ended up tripping him. That first free throw goes in by Tobin.
Well, that's one of those things. You play aggressive throughout the game, and that's why they have the lead right here. But at some point, you have to understand that you can only play so aggressive. You have to keep your cool. You have to keep your head, and that's what Townsend didn't do. He's fighting for the ball. He's still in that aggressive mindset, but at some point, you have to let the ball go and get back and play defense.
Rosales just had to check it in. And there's pressure right there, but they'll back off. Shawnee Mission East will. Slaughter guarding on ball. Tolbert, he guarded by Hill. That's a three from Flores. In and out, off the mark. Rebounded by Sublette. Slaughter, baseline, Aaronsburg, another jumper. And his 15-foot jumper has been spot on in this tournament. He has 10 in this ball game. And there was a three from Rosales right there, rebounded from Flores. Wheezy on the inside, gets that to go. Talked about the three-point percentage being low for Garden City. They're finding ways to score on the inside. And that's really been their only offensive production in this game so far. Xavier Williams hit, I believe, 2 threes, but checking in was Reyes and Xavier Williams.
I'm noticing Preston Reynolds out there on the outside, and I love how he can play anywhere on the court. Earlier, I saw him running the point, and that just amazes me. He's in there getting dunks, but yet he's still running the point, and he's playing in the post like he's postman only, with big plays like that, getting a steal and then an easy lay-in, but yet he can still run the point and be on the outside as though he is a guard.
And Preston Reynolds, you know, if Shawnee Mission East can get in and win this game and get into the championship, and especially if they win the championship, Preston Reynolds will definitely be in contention for tournament MVP, as Aaronsburg with a nasty swat on Reyes goes out of bounds off of Aaronsburg, but great play right there. But as I was saying, usually, not all the time, we've had multiple times in the past that it hasn't happened, but most of the time the team that wins the tournament usually has the MVP, and Preston Reynolds is certainly up for that talk, along with Aaronsburg, who's been playing great for Shawnee Mission East.
Well, last night they combined for 34 points, both Aaronsburg and Reynolds, and that's true offensive production right now. That's all the points they have in the first half, and that's by 2 players. And there goes Reynolds, his 3rd dunk of the night, and that shifts it. Shifts the tides forever in favor of Garden City.
That's a technical foul right there from Reynolds, as when, I mean, that was a ferocious dunk, and do you blame him for hanging on the rim? Because that was pretty cool, but he'll have to head to the bench. That's the 2nd technical foul on the Lancers. And Xavier Williams is at the free throw line. He makes both free throws, and it will be Garden City ball.
Well, and after I saw that dunk, I immediately look over to the Lancers bench, and I see the coach is furious, and he knows that he told his players to just take what points you get. You're up right now. You already have the momentum. Why do we need any more momentum? They just need to score and create consistent offensive production rather than being showy and flashy, as Reynolds was there and ends up getting the technical because of it.
And it's only a 12-point game. So as much as Shawnee Mission East has played well and it seems like the momentum's been in their favor, Garden City's still hanging around there, making it and to not make it an unmanageable lead for the Lancers.
Well, that's the thing Coffeyville did yesterday when they tried to make their comeback, and so did East as well. They just kind of hang around there. It's 12 points, as you said, and then it slowly gets smaller and smaller. Next, it's 10 points. Then it's 8 points, and before you know it, it's a tie ball game. That's what Garden City has to do. Consistently create turnovers and maybe not go on a run, but they just need to create consistent offense like that.
Well, and they're putting together a little bit of a run. And Reyes couldn't hit the three, or couldn't shoot it off in time, but it'll be a 10-point ball game. It's heading into the locker room. The Shawnee Mission East Lancers are beating the Garden City Buffaloes by 10. We'll be back right here on Hornet Studios at the start of the third quarter.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 2:40 remains before we get this second half underway, and we're going to go ahead and read off some stats here. Tay Rosales, 3 points. Xavier Williams with 9. Isaiah Reyes with 5. Isaac Flores with 2. Luke Tolbert with 2. Caleb Weesey with 3, and then Trey Newsom with 2, totaling at 26%, or 26 points here for Garden City, and they're shooting just at 1/3 from field goal range in this game, and then from from the field goals, 35%, from 3-point range, 30%, and they're dominating at the free throw line with 78%. And then rebounds, 5 offensive, 6 defensive, and then 12 total on the rebounding game for Garden City. Then for Shawnee Mission East, Tony Friends with 3, Tommy Dreyer with 5, Nick Aaronsburg, second leading scorer on Shawnee Mission East with 10, and then Charlie Sublette with 2, Preston Reynolds with 12, and he's shooting at 100% from every shot that he's taken. He's not yet to miss a shot. One thing to remember, though, is that technical he did get right before the end of halftime, or right before the end of the first half, and he's going to be on a short leash here tonight. Both Preston Reynolds and Will Townsend, they've been playing pretty aggressive, almost over the top aggressive, and they have a 10-point lead, so you want to continue to play aggressive, but there's a certain point where you have to control yourself, and that's what Townsend and Reynolds have not done. As I said, they're going to be on a short leash here in the second half. Another foul, and they're going to be heading to the bench. And then there's Will Townsend, who has 4. And total field goals, they're sitting at 2/3. Shawnee Mission East is. They're shooting really well. 75% from field goal range, and then 25% from 3-point range. 75% from the free throw line. And 15 total rebounds, 4 offensive, 10 defensive. And then 8 fouls in the first half for Shawnee Mission East. And then 3 in the first half for Garden City. They're pretty disciplined in the first half. But Austin, what'd you see in that first half that East needs to keep up? And then on Garden City's side, what do they need to change?
Well, Shawnee Mission East came out firing on all cylinders on the offensive side of the ball. And then what really propelled their offense was the transition defense that they were playing. They were playing great press. And Preston Reynolds up at the top, you talked about the fouls, but man, he has probably 5 to 6 steals in this game because he's up at the top creating the ball, or creating Garden City and not letting them get easy passes, and really that's led to his offensive production along with East, their offensive production just as a whole. And then for Garden City, Xavier Williams, he had 9 points in that first half. He's going to have a big half creating points for his teammates. Dreyer drives in, gets the bucket to start this third quarter. But as I was saying, Xavier Williams needs to be able to drive in and then give the ball up and create something for some of his players because they are struggling, especially around the arc. Garden City is. That'll be a foul called on Shawnee Mission East, or no, they're going to call it travel before, and it'll be the Lancers' ball. Here is Aaronsburg with a 12-point lead. Friends had a couple valuable points and valuable fast break points. Here he is with the ball.
Well, that's one of those things I saw with Garden City. I expected them to change something offensively, but they've changed something that doesn't quite make sense to me. You have 2 post guys. They're putting 2 guys in the post as they did last night, Caleb Weesey and Carson Tanner, but that doesn't quite make sense against this defense with Preston Reynolds and Will Townsend. Maybe they're trying to foul them out, but it doesn't seem logical if you're wanting to produce offensively.
And that'll be a foul called on Preston Reynolds. That's his 3rd personal. And it looks like he's going to head to the bench at the next dead ball. Emmett Hill is at the scores table for him. And that was one of those fouls. Preston Reynolds didn't really do anything, but Rosales drives in, gets the left-handed layup to go. Here's Friends running the other way.
Well, last offensive possession for East, they seemed like they were almost stalling. I saw this last night with Maize South, and now I think East is catching a taste of their own medicine as they're just stalling right now and not really trying too hard to create offensive production. A couple big shots up there, but from what I've seen, they're going to go slow-paced, and 10 points is not that big of a lead to come back from. I mean, it is a notable lead, but they're going to have to continue to produce on the offensive side of the ball.
And Townsend got his own rebound after the miss and got fouled going up. He makes his first free throw. Preston Reynolds heads to the bench like I mentioned earlier. Emmett Hill came in for him. And then here is Townsend and his second free throw. Hits both. So you like to see a big man that can hit free throws, and Townsend, one of those in this tournament that has been able to get a lot of points at the free throw line and draw a lot of fouls. Xavier Williams, no good on the shot. Friends moving up the floor fast. Inside, can't get the bucket to go, but he'll be fouled. He's going to the line, shooting 2 for the Lancers.
Hey, Rosales, his second personal foul. That is the second team foul now.
Rosales gets the foul call. Friend 2 for 2 from the free throw line. He'll make his third on the night. We talked about this being a disciplined Garden City team. Well, they haven't shown it here in the first 2 minutes and 15 seconds we've seen. Off the mark there from Tony Friend. And it'll be an offensive board, which is what East did in their Maize South game that killed Maize South in the second half. It was just because they were getting second chance opportunities and capitalizing on them. Right there they can't capitalize, as Dreyer missed from the corner, and then it was a foul underneath. There'll be a foul called on Townsend. That's his third personal. And so with Reynolds and Townsend, 3 fouls for the Lancers, Townsend will head to the bench, and he'll have to, they're going to use a smaller lineup, Sublette and Hill, along with Friends, Aaronsburg, and Dreyer on the court for Shawnee Mission East. Well, you talked about how valuable offensive rebounds can be and how East did a good job of that against Maize South. In the first half, though they did dominate, they didn't dominate in the offensive rebounds game. They had 4 in the first half, 3 coming on 1 possession. So that's something to watch out for. That was a valuable and a rare offensive rebound we've seen tonight from East. And yet again, they don't capitalize on their opportunities. This lead is slowly getting smaller.
Well, it's inside. Flores couldn't get it to go, and they're going to call that out of bounds off of Shawnee Mission East. Newsman checks back in for Garden City. And it'll be a timeout called by Shawnee Mission East. We'll be back when play resumes.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
I misspelled that. Well, coming back after that timeout, we are a Valley Center production team, and the girls team is in Colby, Kansas at the tournament out there. They have their own January Jam-like tournament out in Colby, and right now they are playing great basketball, up 40-3 at halftime. That is your Valley Center Hornet girls team, who lost last night to Beloit in a close one, and right now they're playing great basketball out in Colby. It was out of bounds right there by Shawnee Mission East, and it'll be Garden City ball. 4:31 left in this third period. Xavier Williams at the top of the key. Was in the corner, Wheezy up top, trying to get it into the big man, Newsman. He'll be blocked by Sublette. Dreyer in the corner. Got to get rid of it. And out of bounds off of Flores as he was trying to find Hill.
That's one of those things that I see from Garden City. They're trying the same strategy that Shawnee Mission East is trying, and they're having a guy in the high post and then a guy down low and kind of shifting around, but no matter what, they're typically having two guys in the paint. And throughout this game, it's been shown that Shawnee Mission East has better postmen, and they just have more experience, they have more aggressiveness, and because of that, that's why Garden City's offense is flailing just a little bit here in this third quarter, is because they're not going with the right strategy with two men in the post.
And so inside, Friends to Dreyer, and right there, usually Dreyer would take that shot, but I'm guessing Shawnee Mission East is trying to look for the best shot and trying to get points on every possession. They're trying to get easy points on every possession, and you know, that's what Maize South did to them last night, and they were trying to slow things down, and you see it multiple times in high school basketball. Teams can go on runs, and it ends up hurting them. That'll be a foul on Newsman as Sublette got the easy bucket underneath the basket. And he'll be at the line shooting one to try to complete an and one play, try to make it a 44-28 lead. As of now, it is 43-28.
That's one of those things, is contention is your worst enemy as a basketball team, or just any sports team in general. You get content with a lead, and then they end up making a comeback like we saw last night. They have to keep pushing and keep looking for those shots on the offensive side, and they have to keep playing aggressive. I know they messed up in the first half playing aggressive, but they definitely need to continue to play aggressive and extend that lead, hopefully get that blowout win that they want, and get a little bit of an intimidation factor going for their next opponent.
Well, and the winner of this game does advance to the championship. Emmett Hill took it all the way. He'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line once again for the Lancers. It's a foul called on number 2, Xavier Williams. That's his first personal. One thing about Xavier Williams, he's a great defender, and he does not foul very often. Most of his defense is very fundamentally sound, and he moves his feet well and stays in front of the defender. Jack Slaughter checked in for Tony Friends. And here is Emmett Hill's second. Knocks that one through. Checking in for Garden City is Caleb Wheezy. Rosales to Williams. And Garden City got to get some points on this possession. Reyes thought about the three. Inside, Williams finds Wheezy. He goes up, gets the and one. Caleb Wheezy headed to the line for the Buffaloes. It'll be Preston Reynolds who checks back in for the Lancers. As Aaronsburg heads to the bench. Here is Caleb Wheezy.
We talked about how Preston Reynolds is going to be on a short leash. I expect to see, if you see him foul, he's likely going to be taken out of this game because of what he did in the first half. And I know that's playing aggressive, and I understand where his mind was at that time. But as a coach, you're telling your players that we don't need to do anything too fancy or too flashy, and he directly went against that. And so he's going to be on a short leash here in this game. A corner three there from number 15, Emmett Hill.
And Emmett Hill, after not having a ton of points in offensive production, he's starting to be valuable to this Shawnee Mission East squad here in this second half. Tolbert a long three. He'll knock that one through. So it's just a 14-point ball game. with 2:10 left in the third quarter. Flores checking in for Garden City. Rosales heads to the bench.
Well, Emmett Hill, you were talking about him exploding here in the third quarter. Last night he had 4 points on the whole game, and here he has 5 only in the third quarter. And so he's really exploding here. That's one of those things is you see the hot hand as Shawnee Mission East or any basketball team in general. You see the hot hand and you feed it, and that's who they're going to need to go to here is to Emmett Hill to make sure they can extend that lead and get some more insurance points.
And what a back cut right there from Jack Slaughter, as he did get fouled. But that's one of those things. Garden City's playing hard man-to-man defense, and we talk about beating a zone defense with passing and getting the ball on the inside. With a man defense, it's most of the time back cuts and screens that are going to beat a defense. Jack Slaughter missed his first free throw, but it was just good basketball IQ right there and way for Preston Reynolds to find him. Slaughter misses both, rebounded by Williams up the floor.
Well, you talking about those defenses really reminds me, there's no way really to cover this team. They're all athletic. They can all shoot as they've proven throughout the course of this tournament. And that's one of those things. Man defense, you're getting back cuts and screens like that one. But in a zone defense, they're getting open shots for days. So right now it's really the decision, do you give them open shots or do you closely guard them and give up buckets like that every time?
That is a foul right there on Caleb Weezy's 16th foul. One more foul, and it's free throws for Shawnee Mission East. Dreyer missed the layup as he made a good move to get inside. Reyes coming the other way. And Sublette almost gets a steal, but it'll be out of bounds. Garden City ball. Xavier Williams. Trying to find Weezy, gets it to him. And Garden City is going to set up a play. Tolbert hit a three just a moment ago, hits that one. And Luke Tolbert finding life around the arc for Garden City. And they're going to pull out a press under a minute to play. Reynolds to Hill. Hill will go to the free throw line after being fouled. He made his first free throws a moment ago. Here he is back at the line.
Hill 2 for 3 in the third quarter. 2 for 3 on the game from the free throw line, and he'll hit that one. He has 6 points. Going to check in is Nick Ahrensberg, a guy they can put in late and make sure to seal that game. But Emmett Hill, one thing I talked to about the coach after Emmett Hill's made free throw, he said they lack depth. So it's got to be satisfying as a coach to personally admit that you guys lack depth. A guy like Emmett Hill who didn't start, but yet he's still having an incredible game. You want to see those games from different players to know that you have a little bit more depth than you think you have.
Well, Tolbert, who is not a starter for Garden City, he had hit 2 threes in a row, but right there, air balls. And 39.5 seconds left. The Lancers have it underneath Sublette. Trying to find Slaughter. Jack Slaughter. Got to get it past half court, and he does. 30 seconds to end this third quarter. Both teams having pretty solid third quarters, but East had the lead at the halftime, and so they still have a 13-point lead. That's a foul called on Isaiah Reyes, so it'll be a 1-and-1 for Dreyer with 23.6 seconds left. Rosales coming back in for Garden City. Dreyer at the free throw line. And that one off the mark. A rebound by Sublette underneath. And he puts it up for 2 off the rebound. Rosales drives in. He'll be fouled. They're going to get number 23, Sublette, on a foul right there. And number 1, Isaiah Rosales at the line for Garden City.
Well, that's the thing. I think the reason that Tay Rosales went up for that wild layup, he's got that 360 with his arms. That's a lot of space that you're covering, and you're much more likely to get a foul when you pull a wild move like that, and refs are going to be more generous to you when giving a foul. A couple East players check in, meaning being Townsend and then Preston Tanner. But like I was saying, he kind of went up there, maybe not necessarily to get the shot up, but more so to get the foul, stop the clock like they want to do.
And Townsend, who checked in, he has 3 fouls, along with Reynolds has 3 fouls. Friends had a good first half. I believe he has 2 fouls. There's 2 seconds. Dreyer with it. He's going to have to take a 3 off the mark, and to end the third quarter, it'll be a 14-point lead for the Shawnee Mission East Lancers over the Garden City Buffaloes. We'll be right here on Hornet Studios at the start of the fourth quarter.
Need a used, reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used, reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 8 minutes left to play in this contest. And 2 points produced, or excuse me, not 2 points, it was 12 points produced by Garden City. So about an average offensive quarter for them. And we talked about how they need to change something in order to get something going. Preston Reynolds grabs a 2-point bucket, and on Shawnee Mission East side, they're still producing the same numbers. This is going to continue to be a blowout until Garden City changes something.
Weezy on the inside. Can't get it off the glass. Up the court is Friends. Friends with the right hand. Starting out fast are the Shawnee Mission East Lancers. They tend to do that. They tend to start out fast, but they're not going to let down. That was Preston Reynolds, who looked like he was about to go up for the dunk. Xavier Williams may have saved a momentum-shifting play right there. Here is Reynolds at the line once again for the Lancers.
If I'm Reynolds, I'm scared to go up for the dunk again. He's had 3 dunks, and then his coach was angry at him after his last dunk. It was a showy dunk, and I don't think he was wanting to go up for that dunk right there. There's his shot, and it's through. He'll take a second one. He's got 3 points on the quarter, and he had 10 in the first half. And here's his second, and he'll hit it. So here comes Garden City. And again, they're playing aggressive, a 2-2-1 press, and they're not going to let up on aggression. That's one of the things I said. They can't let up. You can never let up in a basketball game, and because before you know, that lead's going to be away. And I like the decision by Wichita, or Shawnee Mission East coach.
And gets it in. Garden City does. And through a minute of play, it is a 20-point lead for the Lancers. A steal right there from Dreyer. He'll find Reynolds. Reynolds goes up with the layup. Preston Reynolds having a great game. Rosales inside finds Weeze. And Friends tips the ball out of bounds as he was trying to find Flores in the corner. Tolbert checks back in for Garden City. He hit 2 threes in that third quarter. Emmett Hill checks in for Shawnee Mission East. Harrisburg heads to the bench.
Well, if there's one way to completely shut down offensive production, it's get a solid press going. And Shawnee Mission East has shown they can press, and they've done a good job at it 2 games in a row. And so because of that, they're tending to dominate in this game. And right now they're running away with a lead because they can execute that full court press. And not only that, they're getting ball pressure, but Garden City seems frantic in the backcourt trying to get that ball over the half-court line. And if they can keep them on their toes, keep them frantic in this game, then they're definitely going to run away with this lead, and pretty quick.
Well, it is a 22-point ball game, 6:32 left, and this is the game to go into the championship. So if you're Shawnee Mission East, even though you know this game is far from over, you're starting to think you gotta keep playing hard, but you're starting to think and have your eyes on your next game. But if you're Garden City, you have some work to do, as 22 points is definitely manageable in 6 minutes, but they're going to have to start scoring fast and get a bunch of stops, which is what they haven't been able to do.
Well, you mentioned the next game, and I'm just seeing the Blue Valley West cheerleaders arrive, and I'm excited. I don't know about you, but this next game at 8 o'clock could easily be the championship game if they were on different sides of the bracket. Southeast, as we saw the other night, is just a completely dominant team. And then also we saw Blue Valley West against the Hornets. They have some true studs, and that's going to be an interesting game to watch. So make sure to tune in for that too.
You know, Caleb, really watching a lot of these teams, not to discredit anyone in this tournament, because all these teams are playing some good basketball, but I think Blue Valley West probably has the hardest road to the championship, as they had an intense 3-hour game, as Flores hits a 3 from the corner right there, and we'll have a timeout. But Blue Valley West, they had an intense game against your Hornets last night and double OT, and then they'll have to go through Southeast, who played phenomenal in their first game, and then the winner of this matchup. So Blue Valley West has a hard tough to the championship. We'll be back when play resumes right here on Hornet Studios, and with 5:37 left in the fourth quarter.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 19 points is the deficit here for Garden City. And as you said earlier, Austin, they have some work to do. And I'm not liking their chances of making a comeback here, but even if they can't make a comeback, they also have to work on getting a solid win in this third place game, as they struggled to even set up an offense against the 8 seed Coffeyville. They have a lot of work to do. Like I said, not only in this game, but the games to come, even into the regular season.
And yeah, when you're talking about the regular season, Garden City, they started off the year 4-0, and since then, their first win since that 4-0 start was last night against Coffeyville. And it'll be a foul called underneath. Preston Reynolds back at the free throw line. That's Tay Gonzalez's third foul. And if you look at the foul count, over 10 fouls for this Garden City team in this second half, and we still have 5:30 left in the fourth quarter. But then for the Lancers, they're playing good basketball, solid basketball, and they only have committed 4 fouls.
Well, I think the foul count has really been flip-flopped from the first half. I mentioned 9 fouls from Blue Valley East, and then 3 from Garden City. So Garden City was really disciplined, as they wanted to make sure they were in that game the whole time and didn't get too desperate. But now that it's late in the game, they're getting kind of desperate. And Shawnee Mission East was just really aggressive and outright flashy, which caused a lot of fouls in the first half, 2 of those being technical fouls. And I think their coach, knowing how disciplined they can be, really gone on to them in the halftime locker room. And because of that, it's really shot down the foul count. And a fast break bucket there as Will Townsend grabs a bucket off a rebound.
You know, I'm not sure, and I haven't seen the roster for the dunk contest, but if I had to guess, Preston Reynolds is probably going to be in the dunk contest tomorrow, as he's had 2 missed dunks and then 3 dunks that he had made. One of them he got fouled on. That one he just missed right there. But then pushing the floor is Friends. And it'll be a timeout called by the Lancers with 4:47 left. They're up 68-43 over the Garden City Buffaloes. We'll be back right here after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
And professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 25 points is the deficit for Garden City. We'll see what they can bring up here. Just trying to get something started before the third place game. Get something they can work on. And as we talked about, they struggled in the regular season, so not only are they trying to win in this tournament, but overall through the course of the season they're trying to win a lot of different battles that they've been facing so far in the season. And here's Carson Tanner at the line shooting 2. Her shot is up and it's through. Tanner already has a 2-point bucket here for Garden City in the fourth quarter. And second one is off the mark. A good board there by number 15, Emmett Hill. And Shawnee Mission East will push the pace here. Gets it to Preston Reynolds around the arc. Driving is Hill. Kick out pass to Reynolds. Baseline drive, and there's a shot. It's on, and that's Jack Slaughter. And an incredible shot. That right there shows why Shawnee Mission East has really dominated. They've been hitting shots at an unbelievable rate. I believe they're at 66% from total field goal range at halftime, which is just insane numbers. And they've really dominated on the stats page. And the foul there is on Shawnee Mission East number 33, Joe McGrath. Shooting here is number 21. That's Caleb Weesey. Off the mark on that.
And one thing to note is we'll see for the first time Joe McGrath for Shawnee Mission East. He's number 33 inside, taking the place of Townsend. And there's a charge right there from Emmett Hill, drawn by Carson Tanner. Carson Tanner was one of the key players for Garden City coming into this tournament, and he's been silenced for the most part, really only getting free throws and a couple of inside buckets. And then that's Reyes from the corner. He'll hit a 3. could be too little too late if Garden City were to catch fire. They're still down 22. McGrath, he'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line. Gonna get 2 free throws for the Lancers. They're gonna get number 3 Reyes on a foul. McGrath gets that one to go. Checking in for Garden City is going to be 14, Christian Reyes for the first time. First time we'll see him this tournament. McGrath knocks that one down. So far in our 3 games today, Caleb, we've seen 3 blowouts, and that is if Garden City can't come back in this game and make things interesting.
Well, I think next game is really going to make up for these 3 blowouts that we've seen so far. It hasn't been too interesting of basketball, but as we talked about, 2 of the best teams in this tournament going head-to-head next matchup, and that's going to be a really interesting game to watch, so make sure to stay tuned for that.
And Sublette picks up a foul right there as Reyes went inside. And another player we'll see for the first time tonight is number 30. We don't have him on our roster. And here is Shawnee Mission East with a 21-point lead. Sublette and Jack Slaughter into McGrath. Stops on a dime. And Price will get that bucket to go. So number 30 is Dave Price for Shawnee Mission East. Xavier Williams, a 3. Off the mark, Sublette a rebound. And Sublette bringing the ball down. Slaughter. Price. 2:10 left. Good ball movement. Jack Slaughter another 3. He made one from there earlier. That time he missed. And Sublette making a good move to get the 2 points, and he'll be fouled, so he's headed to the line, shooting 1. Newsman, Rosales, and Tolbert checking in for Garden City. Then for the Lancers, we're going to have number 42, Dylan Mong. Here's Sublette's second. And then along with Patrick Bergkamp. And Sublette heads to the bench. What a game for him. Sublette had 7 points. And he did kind of everything on the defensive and offensive end for this Lancers team, especially in the second half is when we started calling his name a lot more. That was a rebound right there. Jump ball possessions goes to Shawnee Mission East, who has a 26-point lead.
Well, no matter who Shawnee Mission East plays tomorrow in the championship game, they're going to have a tough matchup, and they're going to have to come out firing on all cylinders. We saw them yesterday struggle to fire on all cylinders in the beginning of the game, but they're going to have to play 4 consistent quarters of basketball and never let up. Today, they let up a little bit in that third quarter, or at least early in the third quarter, but now they really are they're starting to take back that dominance type lead that they had before halftime, and they're going to have to they're going to have the same aggression that they had tonight, have the same intensity that they've had tonight if they want to win the championship game tomorrow.
Slaughter made his first, knocks down his second. Rolling the ball forward is Garden City. Flores into Newsman. Tolbert, another three. That time off the mark. Newsman, another rebound. Can't hit that one. Reyes to Reyes. Garden City working the ball around. Just trying to get points on the board. Reyes, a corner three off the mark. Ball is tipped around. And then Reyes puts it in. Isaiah Reyes has had a big second half. Not only scoring, but also on the defensive end, a couple of steals. Here's McGrath inside. Joe McGrath, a bucket for the Lancers. Under 40 seconds to go. 82-56, the score. And looks like the Lancers are going to be awaiting in the championship game, awaiting the Southeast Buffaloes or the Blue Valley West Jaguars, which are our next matchup. Probably going to be the most fun matchup of the day, as both teams had great first round performances. And that's going to do it in Game 3 of Day 2, January Jam. 82-59, the final score. Shawnee Mission East Lancers beat the Garden City Buffaloes. Garden City is going to be playing in the third place game tomorrow. And then Shawnee Mission East headed to the championship game. Stay tuned. Here in about 20 minutes, we're going to have the final game of Day 2 as Southeast takes on Blue Valley West right here on Hornet Studios.
Hi, folks, and welcome here to Hornet Studios. I'm Caleb Rose, joined alongside by Austin Coash, and we're looking at the last game of the night. It looks to be the most exciting game we'll see in what might be the whole tournament. It's Blue Valley West versus the Wichita Southeast Buffaloes, and seeing how both of these teams played last night, Blue Valley West played an incredible game against your Valley Center Hornets and took it into overtime, ended up winning by 8 points it was. And then, for Southeast, they completely dominated Ulysses, and now they have a lot to prove. Jackie Johnson had 29 points. Kobe Smith with a good first quarter and then ended up with 12 on the game. Roland Smith with 8. Micah Jaquez with 7. And then for Blue Valley West, we saw Omar Stanley at 6'9" in the post, get a whopping 26 points. Jabari Brickhouse with 14. And then Spencer Bain leading the charge on the edge with 18. Greg Riddle with 12. And 4 players with double-digit points, 82 points on a game. It's hard to stop a basketball team when they can put those numbers up consistently. So if they can play half the game they played last night, they have a good shot at winning here tonight. And this will be a really interesting matchup, but I believe we will get the starting lineups underway first.
And you mentioned that this could be one of the best games of the tournament. It's going to be hard to top last night's Valley Center Blue Valley West thriller. And as I talked about in the earlier game when we were previewing this Blue Valley West probably has the hardest schedule out of this whole tournament to get to the championship. And so we'll see what they can do tonight, as they have Spencer Bain and Omar Stanley, who are just outstanding ball players. Here we have our starting lineups coming up in one moment.
Well, one thing I like about Omar Stanley, not only is he 6'9", but he's also so active in the post. That's one thing I made sure to talk about, is that he's so active. He gave Braden Gray quite a workout last night because he's all over the court, but in the post, he's moving around at all times and making sure that he's always trying to get open. He's moving with the passes and getting himself open at all times, which is why he's such a threat on this court. Starting off for Blue Valley West, Omar Stanley, as we talked about, at 6'9", for the Blue Valley West Jaguars. And then for Wichita Southeast, it's going to be Jackie Johnson. We talked about him, a 5'7" scorer, and he is just incredible. 29 points last night, and a guy definitely to watch, not only in this game or the season to come, but in the next level. He's got a good shot at making it to the next level. Next up, number 4, that's Jabari Brickhouse, who had quite a game from the three-point arc. And then Kobe Smith, we talked about him, had a good first quarter last night, and a consistent player on just about every point on this court. Here for Blue Valley West, Spencer Bain, we talked about him. McDonald's All-American nominee. And then for Southeast, number 5, Wesley Adkins had a solid game last night. And here for Blue Valley West, number 11, Greg Riddle, put up 12. And he's going to be a player who you can go back to possession after possession. And then here's Voshawn Webb, had a pretty good game last night, as did all of these Buffaloes. And rounding off his roster for Blue Valley West, that's Nick Swartz. And then a 4-year starter, a member of the all-academic team, and really just a great player overall, Micah Jax. And, I mean, I could go through players to watch in this game. It's going to be Omar Stanley and Spencer Bain, and then, I'm drawing a blank, Jackie Johnson. But really, you could say to watch all these players. These are all talented basketball players who know how to play the game. They know how to move. They know when to move. And not only that, but they're very athletic with it, too. They can make plays just from athleticism solely. And this is going to be an incredible matchup to watch. I'm really excited.
Yeah, and whatever team wins this game gets to play in the championship game. They'll be facing the Shawnee Mission East Lancers, who just won our last matchup. And like you talked about, last night's game against Valley Center, that could have been considered a championship game with the way those two teams played and just the competition that they played with. This game is a championship caliber game, and this is going to be a fun game to watch. Both these two teams love playing at a high, fast-paced level, and right now it's Spencer Bain with it. Inside, Ball got tipped around, so it wasn't a travel. And Omar Stanley gets the first points of the night. He has the size advantage, an obvious size advantage, as Atkins is guarding him. And Atkins definitely not 6'9".
Well, that's one of the things I talked about. Omar Stanley, he's not only, he moves around a lot, but he's also relentless. He went up a couple times for that shot before finally getting it, and he's going to get his own offensive rebounds, which at 6'9", it's tough to get rebounds against him. That was Voshan Webb, and he'll knock down a three and get scoring underway in this game for both teams.
Here is Swartz to Brickhouse. Brickhouse, who caused the game to go into overtime with his defense, and then Spencer Bain hit the corner three last night against the Hornets. And here he takes a three from the corner off the mark. Atkins, another rebound. Kobe Smith, one to note, number 2, he is a freshman. As Jackie Johnson drives in with the left hand, gets his first points of the night, 5-2 early lead. But as I was saying, Kobe Smith is a freshman. His junior brother also gets playing time. But right now, Kobe Smith he scored 12 points in yesterday's game, but also did a lot on the defensive side of the ball, getting steals and rebounding. Offensive boards were the big part of Southeast's win over Ulysses, and they were outnumbered. Ulysses in the first half, 13 offensive rebounds to 1. And if they can do that, which it will be hard to do with Omar Stanley in the middle for Blue Valley West, but if they could do that, that's a recipe for success. Voshan Webb's head to the bench. And we get Roan Smith checking in for Southeast. Guy I'd mentioned is the older brother of Kobe Smith.
Well, one thing I want to talk about, seeing Jackie Johnson's first points of the game, that's going to be a battle that I'll love to see all night. Jackie Johnson's athleticism and speed, his quickness and overall moves against the height and defensive prowess of Omar Stanley.
And Micah Jackies hits that right there. Omar Stanley in the middle. That's the second time he's lost the ball while he's in the air, and they haven't called him for a travel yet, as they're saying he doesn't have possession. And he gets his second bucket. Jackie Johnson, a three from the top. He scored 29 points in his first outing in January Jam. He's not slowing down. He already has 5. And if you're Spencer Bain, you're going to be guarding him. Spencer Bain, yesterday we saw him. He got into a little bit of foul trouble, and he was guarding with his hands behind his back, and he was still one of the best defenders on the floor. He's able to move his feet. Just yesterday against the Hornets, made some bad decisions underneath the basket to foul and get some and ones. And so you know the type of caliber of player he is, he's going to try to slow that down and not do that as often. And Omar Stanley right there will get his first points. We'll have a timeout called by Wichita Southeast. We'll be back when play resumes. It's a 10-8 ball game.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here in Hornet Studios. A 2-point deficit here early for Blue Valley West. And one thing I failed to mention, Spencer Bain, you're talking about how many weapons this Buffaloes team has, and this Blue Valley West team is a very consistent team as well. But Spencer Bain is going to have to match the offensive production of a lot of these guys. He's had 18 points last night, and he's going to be one of the big guys around the arc for this Blue Valley West team, as number 14, Roan Smith, grabs a bucket. But that's the thing, he's going to have one of his biggest nights if Blue Valley West wants to win here, because he's matching the offensive production of a lot of guys on the other side of the ball.
Here is Spencer Bain, a jumper. That was Roan Smith who may have got a piece of it. And he airballed. Inside, blocked by Stanley, but they're going to get a goaltending. As they say, it hit the backboard. We'll see McPherson right there, who drove in. So it's a 14-8 lead for the Southeast Buffaloes. Jackie's a steal, a lay-in. Now a 16-8 lead. And right now the Southeast Buffaloes playing like they want to get into this championship game. They've won it 2 times in the last 5 years, this January Jam tournament. And a lot of these players were not on that team. These are a lot of new faces.
Well, one thing I saw on that play, the turnover there was caused by sloppy ball play by Blue Valley West. A good shot by Jackie Johnson. But if you're Blue Valley West, you have to play at all times with full security on the ball, because as they showed yesterday against Ulysses, they are a team who's willing to steal the ball, and they're going to steal it time and time again. Something to watch out for. They're going to have to protect the ball all night if they want to come home with a victory here.
Well, they are down by 8. 3:15 left. Swartz, a 3. And Jackie's was giving him the 3. And on the opposite end, he didn't choose to take it. He had another opportunity. And then finally on the third opportunity, he ended up hitting the 3. Spencer Bain, a great move to get to the bucket after stealing the ball from Jackie Johnson. And here is Johnson once again. Well, he's heating up from three-point land, off the mark right there. Omar Stanley the rebound, out to Bain.
Well, you're talking about how Jackie's was almost giving him the 3, considering that Blue Valley West shot 42% from the three-point line last night. That's just kind of an odd decision from my point of view. You don't want to give them any free shots, because you know this is a team that if they get an open shot, they'll make it.
Here is Spencer Bain making good moves. Got it to Omar Stanley. He couldn't finish on his first attempt. He'll be fouled, headed to the free throw line. One thing about Blue Valley West, for being as offensively talented as they were, they did not make a lot of free throws against the Hornets last night, especially clutch ones. Spencer Bain and Omar Stanley missing clutch free throws last night, as Omar Stanley will make that one. Webb checks back in for the Buffaloes. And for the first time tonight, we'll see number 20, Riddle, for Blue Valley. Stanley hits both.
Well, we've seen on the defensive side, Blue Valley West is going to play aggressive, and that's one of those things the Buffaloes are going to have to do. If they can do this, they're going to dominate this game, and that's beat the press, because we know they're a quick, high-paced team. If they beat the press and they beat it quick, they can get some easy buckets.
Jackie's off on the 3. Roan Smith, a rebound underneath, and he'll be fouled as he was going up for it.
And the first team foul here for Blue Valley West. They've stayed pretty disciplined throughout the course of this first quarter. And Gage Roach is going to shoot 2. Or excuse me, Roan Smith is going to shoot 2. Shot is up and off the mark there by Roan Smith. He has 2 points on the game. And Roan Smith shooting his second. Looking to extend the lead to 2 and barely rolls in there. And so he'll go 1 for 2 in that outing. Here comes Blue Valley West. A light press there from the Buffaloes. Dribble handoff. Slowly trying to get something started. They know that when it comes down to it, the Buffaloes can beat them in the speed game. They can play high-paced basketball all night, so Blue Valley West is going to have to control the tempo and set up the offense they want in the half court.
And the offense they want, since they have a height advantage, if I was Blue Valley West, I'd do what they did against the Hornets last night, and that was the inside-out game. Omar Stanley, Gage Roach, they're all taller than most of this Southeast squad team. So they got to be able to use their height to their advantage. But right now, the Buffaloes doing a great job on the offensive end. Right there, that was Cherry who missed. And he'll have it at the top of the key. Under a minute to play in this first quarter. High scoring affair for both teams. 20-18 our score. Roan Smith can't get his first bucket nor his second to go. Spencer Bain in trouble. And Blue Valley West takes a breather right here. Getting it across half court.
Well, one thing that's slowing this offense down does is it tries and creates their own tempo, but also, as I talked about earlier, it creates ball protection. That's one thing they're focusing on because they know that if this defense has the opportunity to take advantage of some plays, this lead is going to get out of hand and pretty fast. So they're slowing it down to create their own tempo, create their own offense, and protect the ball.
Here's McPherson. He'll have it. 10 seconds. Drives in with the right hand floater off the mark. Got his own rebound. And there'll be a foul underneath. Radigan underneath commits a foul. They're going to get number 5, Spencer Bain, on that. Brickhouse checks back in for the Jaguars. Lovich also came in. Lovich had a great game in the second half. Roan Smith, a long three, couldn't get it to drop. That'll be the end of the first quarter. 20-18, high-scoring, fast-paced ball play right here in the fourth and final game of Day 2 January Jam. We'll be right here for second quarter action on Hornet Studios after this.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 20-18 your score. Wichita Southeast leads by 2 right now. It's been a pretty back and forth game, in my opinion. Momentum has really been controlled by Southeast, but Blue Valley West is always standing at they have a consistent offense that they can go back to possession and possession again. So something good to see that they set up in the first quarter, but they're going to have to find something to break that ice, break the momentum barrier, and really start taking over this game if they want to win here.
And Jackie Johnson drives in right there. One thing to note, I mentioned just a moment ago, Southeast had won this tournament in 2018, and that team was led by Israel Barnes, and really the only guy who played on that squad was Micah Jackie's. Jackie Johnson could have been a 4-year starter, but he spent his freshman and sophomore year just his freshman year at North High School. And so this team is young when it comes to their coach and what they're doing. And so tournaments like these really set a standard, as I think we mentioned yesterday in their matchup. They play in the City League, and so that league is very elite, and they were 3-5 heading into January Jam, and they're not playing like a 3-5 team, that is for sure. Right now, up by 4 to Blue Valley West, who in their area, Kansas City, are the number 4 ranked 6A team.
Well, that's the thing is I wanted to mention is that this is kind of the clash of the best 2 leagues in the state of Kansas. The Wichita League, as you mentioned, with Wichita Southeast, produces some top-tier recruits every year. And then the Kansas City area, which always has top state finishers. And those are 2 of the biggest leagues that you'll find in Kansas, and they're going head-to-head. This is a big-time matchup.
Johnson missed from the deep three. And here comes Brickhouse. That'll be a timeout called by Blue Valley West. Spencer Bain at the scores table checking in after this timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. Just about 6.5 minutes remain here in this first half. And a 4-point lead has extended for the Southeast Buffaloes. Blue Valley West looking to respond with the next possession. We'll see what they can bring up here as they're trying to change something in their offense. A good pass cut there. A cut from Jabari Brickhouse and an assist by Spencer Bain.
Jackie Johnson going to take it himself inside with the left hand on the floater. Jackie Johnson, he's also one of the teams, like I mentioned, there's a lot of players in the contention for tournament MVP, especially if your team can get into the championship, and you have a very good chance of winning if you can lead your team there. Jackie Johnson doing so right now. Checking back in for the Jaguars is going to be number 22, Swartz. Here is Riddle. He had 12 against the Hornets. He drives in, gets fouled right there on the crazy attempt on the layup. And he'll be at the free throw line. It'll be a foul on Webb. That's his second personal. 5 fouls right now for the Southeast Buffaloes. And Riddle can't convert on his first. Micah Jackies coming back in for Webb. And Riddle hits that one.
Well, Southeast, that's one of the things is they can do everything. I talked about Shawnee Mission East being able to do the same. They can slow down the pace or they can go high-paced basketball, and that's what the Buffaloes are trying to do. They're trying to mix it up right now. They've been playing high-paced basketball up to this point, but now they're trying to slow it down and set up a half-court offense, and that's one of those things that it really catches Blue Valley West off guard. They get in the timeout, they plan for the offense that they've been seeing so far, and then Southeast comes out and slows it down quite a bit, and it really catches them off guard.
Jackie Johnson fouled on his way to the basket, and he'll get the and one. He's headed to the free throw line. Try to extend a 5-point lead that Southeast is desperately holding on to. Brickhouse checking back in as Riddle heads to the bench, along with McPherson for the Southeast Buffaloes. Johnson hits the free throw. And here is Spencer Bain as his Jaguars down 6. Omar Stanley, a big first quarter. He takes it in himself off the glass. And for a 6'9" player being able to make moves like that, that's got to be, as a coach, you got to love that. And there are a few college recruiters in the building, especially coming to see this game, as there's a lot of talented players here. Omar Stanley at the top of that list.
Well, you look at guys like LeBron James at 6'7", he can make moves like that. Omar Stanley just drove in himself, and that's one of the scariest things as a basketball defender. You got a 6'9" guy coming at you who can make moves like a 5'7" guard. This kid, he's amazing, and he can do anything on this basketball court.
Spencer Bain driving on the inside. He'll be fouled. And it was on the floor. So that'll be a foul on McPherson. Keaton Williams is coming in for Southeast. Williams didn't get a ton of playing time in that first matchup until the end of the game. When he came in, he had a dunk and grabbed a few boards. Riddle at the top, over to Schwartz. Under 5:30 to play, or 4:30, excuse me. The defense right here from the Buffaloes. Atkins on Spencer Bain. He's played defense on him pretty well in this first half so far. And that'll be a foul called on one of the Buffaloes. They're going to get number 3, McPherson. That's his second personal. And here is Riddle shooting a 1-and-1 because there are 17 fouls that have been committed by the Buffaloes. Off the mark, Keaton Williams with the rebound and gets it to Johnson. Up to Jackies, Micah Jackies. Back to Johnson. He's going to take a long-range 3 and drills it from downtown.
Well, Jackie Johnson is just incredible. You see that right there. He's got a guy right in his face, and he's just got the guts to just go for it, just shoot the ball, and he drains it. Just incredible display of talent and guts right there. Micah Jackies, he'll get a charge called. He'll draw that charge. And Spencer Bain, no better guy to foul, or to get a foul called on if you're Wichita Southeast. They want to foul him out and foul out any threat of a high-producing score. And offensive production has really been down. This is a 2-point game at the end of the quarter, and now it's 7 points, and it's all due to that Southeast defense.
And Jackie Johnson, what he's doing right there is just phenomenal basketball. He is leaning into the defender, getting the defender off of him, creating separation, and he ends up having an open shot, and all he needs is a little bit of space to get that shot off, as he's got a beautiful shot with the left hand.
Well, I think that's one of the things that makes him so dominant at the high school level. He's making plays that you would never, ever in a million years expect a high school player to make. I don't expect a high school player to drive and then pull up for a jumper. That's just not something you see in high school basketball, but yet Jackie Johnson is doing it. That's why he's so tough to defend.
Well, it was Brickhouse who got fouled, and Jamari Brickhouse is shooting 2. Trying to erase this 9-point deficit he can't on his first free throw. If you're Blue Valley West, you're going to head into halftime. You need to head into halftime with some momentum, because right now it's kind of been the Jackie Johnson show in this second quarter for the Southeast Buffaloes. And as we know from most of the times when he plays, you're not really going to stop him, but you have to be able to slow him down. And then on the offensive end, you have to score yourself almost every possession, especially with the way this game's going.
And that's one of the things about a high-paced game like this. The second you miss an opportunity to score, you're down, and you're down big, not only on the scoreboard, but with momentum, because that team goes right down and they'll score right again, and before you know, you got a large deficit on your hands. You have to be able to come back to a consistent offense every single time in a high-paced game like this.
And Johnson off the mark from the long 3 ball. Only 6 points have been scored in this second quarter for Blue Valley West. They had 18 entering it, only 24 now. A big part of the first quarter was Omar Stanley, and he's been silenced on the inside. Keaton Williams playing good defense on him right there. Jackie Johnson running the floor. He'll be called for a push-off and a charge. Offensive foul right there from Jackie Johnson. That's only his first personal. And one thing we saw in his first outing, he had 29 points and only 1 foul in that game. and you said it when you announced that in his first game against Ulysses, and said that's the definition of productivity, is not giving up too many fouls and scoring 29 points in a game. Jackie Johnson, an elite player for Southeast.
Well, that's one of the things. He's on pace to do quite the same thing. That was his first foul there, and he's got 21 points so far in this first half. And by the way it looks, he could score 40 or maybe even 50 in this game.
McPherson thought about the three, drives baseline. He'll go up with it. He'll be fouled, and he'll be at the free throw line. 16 fouls now for Blue Valley West. Here's McPherson's first. That one off the mark. Cherry checking in for the the Buffaloes. Riddle and Radigan back in for Blue Valley West. McPherson makes that one. And Durham checks in for McPherson after that free throw. So still a 9-point lead, a minute 50 left. Blue Valley West trying to get things rolling before halftime, as they've been silent. Spencer Bain mostly has been silenced on the offensive side. Riddle, a three off the mark. Omar Stanley with the good awareness to get the ball, get it back up, and he'll have his first points since he came off the bench a few moments ago. Johnson missed his third three in a row now after being on fire moments ago. Here is Cherry trying to find Johnson. Johnson trying to make a move on the inside, but he turns it over. Spencer Bain running the floor, and then Cherry steals it. It'll be a jump ball. Possession stays with the Jaguars.
Well, I know it ended in a Jaguars possession, but that's one of those things. Spencer Bain tried to get fancy with the moves, and I know it's a simple behind the back, but you have to protect the ball at all times. Keep the ball in front of you so you know where it is. The second he went behind the back, it was almost a sure-handed steal. Unfortunately, for Southeast, ended up in being a jump ball, but any other time, that'd typically be a steal for Southwest or Southeast, and most likely a transition bucket.
And right there, Spencer Bain misses from deep. Roan Smith and company running the floor. Cherry off the mark. A rebound right there from Stanley. Pushing the floor, Riddle to Stanley. He's going to drive in hard. And Omar Stanley gets that bucket to go. Omar Stanley has had a phenomenal tournament, just being able to finish wherever he is on the floor. But one thing I've noticed about him is when he gets the ball on the outside, as Jackie Johnson drives in, easy two for him. But one thing I've noticed about Omar Stanley is when he drives for a 6'9", big man, he's able to drive inside, and he takes hard dribbles and quick dribbles. That was a foul right there on Adkins, and the turnaround shot by Omar Stanley. 11.4 seconds left. He single-handedly shifting the momentum into Blue Valley's favor. He'll have a chance to bring it within 2 possessions or 4 points.
Well, when you're 6'9" and that athletic, you can single-handedly change a game. He's got 18 points so far in the game, and 8 of the Blue Valley West's points, now 9 after he makes that free throw, have come from him. And so far, only 4 other points have come from Blue Valley West, but yet they're only down by 4. That just shows you how big of an impact Omar Stanley makes. That's why he's so heavily scouted, not only at a college level, but also if you're Southeast, you already know everything about him, every move he has, because you want to know how to best defend him.
Checking in for the Jaguars, Bain, Stanley, and Brickhouse. Jackie Johnson at the free throw line once again. Johnson very solid from the free throw line. Knocks that one down. And with there being 7.8 seconds left before halftime, this game has lived up to the hype. Johnson, that one goes in and out. Here's Spencer Bain. He has 5 seconds to work with. He's going to take a three at the top of the key. Off the mark, but he'll be fouled by Cherry. And with 1 second to go, he's headed to the free throw line shooting 3. Spencer Bain missed some clutch free throws against the Hornets in regulation and in overtime. But he ended up making the 3 to tie the game last night. Like you said, he had 18 points. So looks like the weakness in his game, if there even is one, is at the free throw line.
Well, I thought really the only thing that can make this game much better is a last-second before halftime shot, but Blue Valley West doesn't even care about these shots. They just want those points. Spencer Bain makes his second of 3, and it was a 3-point shot, so he'll get 3 free throws here. His third with 1 second remaining in this clock. Maybe enough time to throw up a desperation shot. A couple players check in.
Lovich is who checked in. And now we have a 3-point ball game. Rowan Smith just going to have to chuck it up off the mark. 36-33 at the end of the first half. The Southeast Buffaloes leading the Blue Valley West Jaguars by 3. We'll be back on Hornet Studios to see who makes it to the championship game tomorrow in January Jam.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, and 36-33 is your halftime score. Wichita Southeast leading here by 3. Scoring here, number 23, Jackie Johnson, or number 1, Jackie Johnson with 23 points. Knowledge McPherson with 3. And then, other than that, it's Voshawn Webb who had a 3. Roan Smith who also hit a 3. Micah Jackus who had 4 points. And then so far for percentage, they've hit 40% of their total field goals. And then from three-point range, they're sitting at 1 for 3, or 33%. And then, 3 from 8 from Jackie Johnson. And then 1 for 4 from Roan Smith. And then for Blue Valley West, Omar Stanley with 19 points. Total domination in the post, 8 for 12. 8 for 12 on total field goals. And then 50% from field goal range. And free throws, so far, Blue Valley West is 7 for 10. Shooting percentage overall as a team is 41%. And then 22% from the three-point line, a stat that they struggled with. Rebounds, 19 total from Southeast, 9 offensive, 8 defensive. And when you're rebounding yourself on the offensive side of the ball, then on the defensive side of the ball, you know something's up and you got to keep doing what you're doing. And then 17 total rebounds here for Blue Valley West, 6 offensive and 11 defensive. And that will make up your stats so far. And I was talking to a couple people at halftime, and one thing they were saying is there weren't a whole lot of fouls, and that's one of those things. This is a high-paced game, and so I would think there'd be a lot more fouls. This being, as I said, a high-paced and very aggressive game, a competitive game where players want to best each other every single play, and you definitely think there'd be a lot more fouls than there were in the first half. But we will see. The Buffaloes will start off with the ball here in the second half.
And Caleb, if you're Blue Valley West, you have to be able to stop Jackie Johnson, or like I mentioned earlier, you can't really stop him, but you have to slow him down. 23 points in one half is outrageous for a high school basketball player, and he's going to have a big second half. But along with Micah Jackies and Kobe and Roan Smith, all great scorers for this Buffalo team if they want to succeed in heading to the championship. Blue Valley West made a little run to bring it close at the end of the first half. And let's see if they can keep that momentum. Omar Stanley is one of the big reasons why they're in this game. You said he had 19 and only 14 other points coming from any Blue Valley West player. Payne misses right there.
Well, that's the thing. Omar Stanley, as you said, he really led that charge there late in the first half, and that's one of those things. He can provide a lot of offensive and defensive production, but when it comes down to it, he's not going to be the sole player who gets this team into the tournament. It's going to be the whole team. They're going to have a team effort, and a lot of players are going to have to score a lot of points in order to win in this game. And sure, Omar Stanley's going to have a good performance as usual, but he's going to need a lot of help from his teammates because this is one good Southeast Buffaloes team.
And there's a charge drawn right there. That'll be called on Voshawn Webb. It's his third personal. And right there before that last possession, Spencer Bain missed while you were talking on a 3. The same 3, almost identical to what he hit to tie the game up against Valley Center. But Micah Jackies, you talked about how experienced he is on the floor for this Southeast team. He thought about the 3 and then didn't end up taking it the first time. And pump faked the shot again, and it kind of threw off his shot. And that's one thing, when you rely on Jackie Johnson to do the scoring, some of these other players aren't ready to just catch and shoot. That's where Jacob Byrne of the Hornets usually is making his money. And you can tell Spencer Bain, even though he's gone cold in today's game, that's one of his special abilities, is to be able to catch and shoot. And this right now, this Southeast team hasn't been doing that. They're kind of looking to dribble or pass the ball off.
Well, that's one of the things in high school basketball. It's a lot of catching and shooting. You get open and then you take a shot. Most players don't create their own space, as I've talked about before. So you have to be ready to catch and shoot as a high school basketball player. And when you're not, that puts a lot of force on Jackie Johnson's back. He's got to carry a lot of this offensive payload. And because, like you said, he shoots quite a bit, and therefore other players aren't ready to shoot.
Omar Stanley with it, still guarded by Adkins. And then Adkins will force Omar Stanley to not convert on the tough shot. Inside, Kobe Smith off the mark on the floater. He'll be fouled. He's headed to the free throw line shooting 2. That'll be a foul called on number 11. And Riddle. And it's his first foul. Here is Kobe Smith, the freshman, at the line. First one bounces off the front of the rim and in. 5:49 left in this third quarter. Here is the second attempt from Smith. That one good, 38-33. Blue Valley West still trying to find the first points of their second half. Southeast got it right there with those 2 free throws. And a lot of offensive production in that first half as Spencer Bain hits the top of the arc 3. But the offensive production in the first half was enormous. I believe in the first quarter both teams had, Southeast had 20 and then Blue Valley West had 18. And if you can keep that scoring up, it'd be a high-paced game, but things have been a little sloppy here to start this third quarter. But Bain hit the 3 on that last possession right there. Brickhouse missed. Coming down the floor is Kobe Smith. Atkins, Euro step inside, couldn't get the floater to go.
Well, I saw something from Spencer Bain there. He had an open 3, and he was able to take advantage of that, even though he's been cold. And then Shabari Brickhouse missed on that 3, and that's one of those things. Omar Stanley can only do so much work. You get a shot, and you have to be able to hit it so you can stay in contention in this game. And you have to be able to hit those time and time again, because taking advantage of Southeast mistakes, the few mistakes that they do make is going to be key, and it is key in beating them every single time.
Inside, Brickhouse, floater, ties the ball game up at 38, and we'll have a timeout called by the Jaguars as there's 4:17 left in this third quarter. We'll be back when play resumes.
Need a used, reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used, reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
Well, tie ball game here at 38 points, and a situation Blue Valley West has not been, though it has been a close game, they have not been in contention to win so far. They've been tied once and led by 2 once, but other than that, it hasn't been much, and they have it tied up now. They're slowly chipping away at this lead, and that's what you need to do if you're Blue Valley West. Stay consistent on both sides of the ball, and good things will come your way.
Well, it's a tie ball game. Jackie Johnson been silenced for the most part in the second half. This team only has put up 2 points. Jackie's top of the key. Making a good move to get inside. Beautiful move by Micah Jackies to get inside and create, like you talked about when Jackie Johnson, you can't rely on him to just score all the points. If he's not hot, this team doesn't score all that much. But Micah Jackie's the 4-year starter. Went in and then got the points. Omar Stanley picking up where he left off in the first half. And that'll be a travel by Jackie Johnson right there.
Well, that's one of those things, is that those little things that you need to notice. You're starting to chip away in his head, basically. One of the best players. Once you start getting in his head, then you can really start doing work on the defensive side of the ball. A rare mental mistake to see from Jackie Johnson with that travel. And now you're starting to get in his head a little bit more. Keep doing what you're doing and continue to get in that head, and hopefully by the end of the game, he's almost completely shut down.
Inside, Brickhouse. Couldn't get it over Johnson. Out of bounds off of Stanley. 3:06 left. Kobe Smith set to pass it in to Johnson. He's going to push it up the floor. Still a tie ball game. Offensive production for both teams have gone down in this second half.
Well, I like what Blue Valley West is doing there. They're trying to crowd the basket and get around Omar Stanley so they can create inside baskets that they've wanted so far.
Spencer Bain gets the ball knocked away off of his leg. And it'll be Southeast ball. Check it in for Blue Valley West is going to be Lovich. And then Swartz also comes in. Gage Roach came in a moment ago. And Roan Smith, a 3. Off the mark, Jackie Johnson, a rebound. He'll go up with it. He'll be fouled on the reverse layup. Johnson heading back to the free throw line.
Well, Omar Stanley was out for that little second, and now he's heading right back over to the scorer's table. But that's one of the things that the Buffaloes are going to have to focus on, is making sure there's no dead balls so Omar Stanley can't get back in. And that's one of those things. If you're Blue Valley West, these few seconds really prove you, if you can't last without Omar Stanley, then you're not going to last in the tournament game or in the championship game. But if you can, then you might just be set. Jackie Johnson made his first. And here's his second. Off the mark there. Rebounded by Nick Swartz. Spencer Bain brings it down.
And Spencer Bain, Swartz to Lovich. Atkins trying to deny the ball to number 1, Omar Stanley. And with a 6'9" frame and his athletic ability, and then his basketball IQ on top of that, Omar Stanley right there sealed off the edge so that Atkins couldn't get around him, and ultimately drawing the foul. And then he'll be fouled right there, as he couldn't complete a three-point play, but he's at the line shooting 2. It's going to be a foul called on the Buffaloes.
Well, that's one of the things that I see about good players in general, but really good big men as well, is that they are able to create opportunities for their other teammates. One thing I researched not too long ago was clear-outs from a center, and that's one of those things, is he did that kind of thing there. You clear out the lane to make sure that your guard has enough space to get a layup up, and that's something Omar Stanley is. It doesn't show on his highlight reel, but he's really good at those little things that may not get him points, but it gets his team points. And though it might not count as an assist, he's really having an unnoticed impact.
Well, Spencer Bain picked up his 3rd foul right there. Omar Stanley, 2 blocks in a row. A lot of contact going down in there. Jackie Johnson.
Well, that's one of those things. This is a high-paced, aggressive game, and you know there's going to be a lot of fouls. That's kind of a given at this point. So as the refs, you kind of just have to let them play, and if anything gets too physical, then obviously you call it. But if you call everything, we're going to be here all day. And a good play by Roan Smith drives in, falls down, and then manages to get up. Here comes Blue Valley West.
And then Southeast wanted an illegal screen right there as Omar Stanley set one way away from the basket. Brickhouse, a three, off the mark, off the back of the rebound. Or off the back of the rim, rebounded by the Buffaloes. Johnson, out for three, hasn't hit one in the second half. Fought for, Roan Smith. Jackies, he's finding it on the offensive end for the Buffaloes. Now a 4-point ball game, 40 seconds left here in this third quarter. Spencer Bain slowing it down, running the offense for Blue Valley West.
Well, offensive production hasn't been the same here for Southeast. A good play by Spencer Bain as Omar Stanley gets the assist, but offensive production hasn't been the same. 5 total points by other players, and then Micah Jackies has 5 points as well. So they produced 10 solid points, but that's the thing is you shut down Jackie Johnson, who only has 3 points on the quarter, then they have another weapon to come and attack you with.
And Swartz finds his first bucket on the inside in the second half. To end the third quarter, off the mark, 48-46. We have a tight, close one here in the final game of day 2 here in January Jam. We'll be back here on Hornet Studios at the start of the fourth quarter.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option, the Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 2-point deficit here to start off this fourth quarter. And Blue Valley West is staying in it. And they haven't had any noticeable leads, that only being 2 points their biggest lead. But that's one of those things, you stay in the game and last second you can go up, and all that game that you've been down is really irrelevant because you are up at the final buzzer. And they need to stay in this game right now. Keep doing what they're doing because they're staying in it. And then that final push could be what puts them over.
Here is Bain in the corner, drives baseline. It'll be a foul called on Roan Smith. And it'll be his first personal 15 foul. Both teams, like you said, the refs let them play a little bit. Both teams haven't committed too many fouls. Brickhouse hits his first 3 of the night after trying multiple times. That time he hit from the corner, and now it's a 1-point lead for the Jaguars.
Well, that's exactly the way you want to start off the fourth quarter, is not only taking the lead, and now you're getting in the Buffalo's head by them making mental mistakes, but you're getting the momentum in your favor and trying to go on a run right now to stop this Buffalo's offense. And a good play there over the middle drive, Knowledge McPherson, and he'll get a floater for 2.
And if you're Southeast, what they're doing on the offensive end is a little bit different than Blue Valley West. Spencer Bain takes a 3. Southeast trying to move the ball, get quick passes, and have a lot of moving parts. And dribble drive offense. Right there, McPherson drives in. Blue Valley West trying to play mostly a 2-man game with Spencer Bain and Omar Stanley. It'll be a foul called on Nick Swartz. 15th foul, and McPherson is at the line once again for the Buffalo. His first rattles out. Foshan Webb and Jackie Johnson checking in for the Southeast Buffaloes. And Pollard comes back in.
Well, that's the thing. You talked about how the Buffaloes have a lot of moving parts. With a 6'9" guy in the middle, you always have to be looking for the best shot possible. And in order to get that best shot possible, you have to have a lot of moving parts. You have to have a lot of guys trying to get open at all times. And with those moving parts, like I said, comes guys getting open. But this is a good defense, and they got to do whatever it takes to get points against them, which they've clearly done, as they currently have 51.
Stanley. Swartz, Delovich into Stanley once again. Off the mark. Inside. Omar Stanley has been guarded tightly on the inside, but he's drawing fouls and being able to finish. That time he doesn't finish right there, but he's done a great job of it, especially in that first half, scoring 19. And here he is once again at the free throw line. Brings it within one, could tie it up with this next free throw. And it'll be off the back of the rim, rebounded by McPherson.
Well, Blue Valley West clearly wanted to tie it up there, but as I said, they're just staying close in this game. It's only a 1-point game, and what they need to do is stay close at all times, and then you make that final push, and you take the lead, and it's too late for Southeast to make a comeback.
Well, that'll be a foul called on Lovich as he was trying to face guard Jackie Johnson. 16 fouls, so one more foul committed by either team, and they'll be shooting free throws. Voshan Webb thought about the three, drives in, floater, drains it. This Southeast team, they struggled from behind the arc in their first game, and really all they've been able to have consistently on offense is the floaters and layups, and you don't see a lot of floaters that often, but Jackie Johnson, Voshan Webb, Micah Jacuz, they're all doing a great job.
Well, that's the thing. Voshan Webb has had 5 points on the game, and I see this from just about every Buffaloes player. They go off at a certain time, and when you know when they start, it's going to be a while before they stop, and they're going to have quite a few points when they do. Each one of these players, they may not have a big impact in, say, the first quarter or the second quarter, but when they go off on the third quarter, they're ready. They're ready to go at all times, so once that call comes, they're going to make some plays.
McPherson can't hit his free throw, so it stays a one-possession ball game. Here is Riddle. He called a timeout. 5:41 left in this fourth quarter. Blue Valley West will call a 30-second timeout. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here. 3 points is the lead for the Southeast Buffaloes. And they're clinging on late here with 5:41 remaining in this contest. They're doing whatever they can to extend this lead, or at least keep it for that matter.
And here is Spencer Bain, top of the key. Swartz over to Riddle. Looking for Omar Stanley in the center. Inside out game. Riddle for three. Knocks it down.
Well, that's one of the things I love about Omar Stanley. He's backing down his guy the whole time. That whole play, he was moving. His feet were active, and because of that, he was able to get himself open, get that inside out game open. Jackie Johnson hits a nice three there, And that's one of the things I love about him. He comes down. That's a gutsy shot right there. All he does, the guy in his face just pulls up and still manages to drain it. That really shifts momentum and racks up his points.
Here's Riddle. Bain. Again, they're looking for Omar Stanley almost on every possession. Bain in the corner for three. Same exact spot. He hit the game-tying shot against the Hornets. He'll knock that down to tie this game up at 56. Jackie Johnson feeling it from deep. He knocks it down again.
Well, and now if you're Blue Valley West, you're down by 3, so you have to respond. It's kind of a type, you have to shoot a 3 here if you want to keep the momentum going, and then you're going to force Blue Valley West or Southeast to take another 3, and there they go. Drained there by number 11, Greg Riddle. His second three-point shot in the fourth quarter, and it's just back and forth. This is why we love high-paced basketball here at Valley Center. It's back and forth, and now a timeout here by Southeast, and that's what Southeast needed right there, and that's how you know if you're Blue Valley West that you're in their heads. It's just a battle back and forth as we saw there with the three-point shots. We'll be back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios, a tie ball game with 4 minutes, and talking to our producer Dominic Santiago during the intermission there, or the timeout, and he said he actually wants it to go into overtime. This is going to be a good game here, and I'd be excited to see it go into overtime, as we saw a couple games already did in January Jam, and we talked about how this is going to be a good game and make it an even better one. And so 59 all will be Wichita Southeast Buffalo's ball. Bounding here is Voshan Smith. And McPherson will get it started up top.
Jackie Johnson hitting 2 threes right there, and then Riddle hitting his own 2 threes on the opposite end of the floor. And that's just fun basketball. Everyone in the gym gets excited when stuff like that happens. Jackie Johnson, a step back 3 in the face of Lovich. And now Riddle wants it.
Well, how do you guard a man who can shoot in your face every single time? That's what Jackie Johnson has done all game. You can guard him and have a hand almost on the ball at all times or in your face at all times, and he can still drain it. There's really no way to guard this kid. Jackie Johnson grabs his second foul on the game, and what an offensive production here. Only with 2 fouls, surprisingly, with all that good play from him.
And Omar Stanley missed the free throw. Johnson inside. It'll be blocked. Omar Stanley gets a block. Spencer Bain bringing it up the floor fast. He'll get the easy layup to go. So right now, it's a 1-point lead for the Buffaloes. As of late, Jackie Johnson has 9 straight points. He has the ball in his hands again. You know something's about to happen. And he thought about that 3. That could have been crazy if he would have made that. But he gave it up, probably for the better. Inside, McPherson misses on the floater.
Well, Blue Valley West is doing exactly what they need to. Force a turnover, and they're taking opportunities. They're taking the advantage of these opportunities, and one little stop for Southeast might not seem like a big deal, but then Blue Valley West goes down and scores, and before you know it, they have the lead. They're down by 3 there and got that bucket to cut the deficit to 1, and those turnovers are huge if you're Southeast. You can't afford them because you know Blue Valley West will convert. Good shot there by Wesley Adkins, a long 2 ball. So
And-
it's in the lead to 3.
And as you were saying, that this Blue Valley West team, they need to be able to play defense on Johnson, but on the inside, they need to not be able to turn the ball over. That's one thing. When the Hornets are in close games, they end up turning the ball over. And when we're calling for these other teams, especially Blue Valley West, with how good of a team they are, they have to know, especially from a coaching standpoint, do everything you can to keep the ball in your possession.
Well, and that's the thing. You get too focused on that deficit and you forget to take care of the ball, one of the most vital things in the game of basketball, and then before you know it, you're regretting that because you didn't take care of the ball and now you're down.
And that was close right there as Bain tried to get it to Riddle, but Johnson had other plans. And in a close game comes intense defense as Johnson gets taken to the ground right there from Omar Stanley. But he'll be guarding Riddle. Brickhouse. Riddle again. Thought about the 3. Got it to Brickhouse. Good defense right here from the Buffaloes. Both teams. Minute 20 left. Spencer Bain at the top of the key. Omar Stanley up top trying to make a move on Atkins. He'll be fouled as he was driving to the bucket. He's going back to the line. And if you're the Southeast Buffaloes, that's not all a bad thing, as they were trying to just play good defense, but Omar Stanley going to the line. And
Omar Stanley has really been shut down in this quarter. It's been all offensive production from everybody else. He'll hit his second free throw of the quarter, but he's not made a field goal on the fourth quarter, and we're 7 minutes through a rare sight to see from the 6'9" monster, and they've shut him down extremely well. That's the thing, is Blue Valley West will hit you, well, the rest of their best players, and they've had some offensive production on other sides of the court.
Well, the man who has the stadium up on their feet every time he shoots. Here's Jackie Johnson making a move on Brickhouse. That'll be a timeout called by the Buffaloes. It'll be a 1-point lead as they call a timeout with 58.1 seconds left. Stay tuned for a thriller here on Hornet Studios.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And 1-point deficit here for the Blue Valley West Jaguars, 64-63. And just about an average scoring affair, one you'd expect from these two high-paced teams. And we'll see what they put here in the last minute. Southeast called the timeout right before as they're looking to seal it with a basket. I'm interested to see what they'll do here, if they'll pull something deep out of their playbook to try to get the basket, or they'll just go simple offense. And every second ticking away is valuable time here for Blue Valley West that they want to get, that they want to keep on this clock.
Well, here's Voshan Webb and Spencer Bain and Swartz trying to double team. They'll foul. Swartz will be called for the foul on that one. Headed to the line is McPherson. He missed his free throws earlier. That's Swartz's fourth personal for Blue Valley West, and He's had a pretty good third quarter, but here is McPherson off the foul. Gets that free throw to go. Now a 2-point ball game. Lovich heads to the bench as Riddle will come back in for the Jags.
One thing to remember, I mentioned this in the Hornets game last night. If you're Blue Valley West, all you have to do is send it into overtime, and hopefully you'll have enough momentum to pull it off. We'll see here. Omar Stanley with the board, and under 35 seconds here, this can clearly affect the course of the tournament, and because of that, they'll call a timeout. 31.9 seconds remain in this contest, and we'll see you back here at Hornet Studios after a short commercial break.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And we're back here at Hornet Studios. 32 seconds remain in this game, and 32 seconds that could possibly affect the season of both of these teams.
Yeah, and you know, with Southeast coming into this tournament as a 3-5 team, they're now 4-5 with their win, and kind of setting the tone, especially with how good these two teams are in their respective areas. Kind of sets the tone for the rest of the season for both of these squads. Also, the winner of this will be headed to the championship here in January Jam. Right now, the Shawnee Mission East Lancers awaiting the winner. Brickhouse, a 3 to bring it a 1-point lead for Blue Valley West. 10 seconds to go. Jackie Johnson with the ball. It'll be a timeout called by the Southeast Buffaloes. They have a 1-point deficit. Stay tuned right here on Hornet Studios for the finish of this ball game.
Need a used reliable car but don't want a hunk of junk? Want to go to a dealer you can trust but don't know who to trust? The answer is simple and local. Come to Eden's Auto Sales in Valley Center. We sell used reliable cars at a fair and reasonable price with guaranteed free credit approval, and you can always count on friendly and reasonable customer service. With 2 locations right across the street, come shop us last at 100 South Meridian Avenue in Valley Center. We're open 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and you can reach us at 316-755-4200. Come see us.
Ten and a half seconds remain in this contest. And as we said, this is a very valuable 10 and a half seconds to each of these teams' seasons. 1 point is the lead. Jabari Brickhouse just drained a 3-point shot there right before the timeout. And then he also hit another 3-point shot in the fourth quarter as well. And that's one of those things from Blue Valley West. Omar Stanley hasn't produced like he wanted to. 3 points in the fourth quarter, but yet his team has rallied around him and been able to make up for his struggles on the offensive side of the ball. Very valuable 10 and a half seconds. We'll see what happens in this game with a big finish.
And Roan Smith finds Jackie's. Inside, Roan Smith gonna go up with the left hand, finish! It's now a 1-point lead. He's headed to the free throw line, 4.3 seconds left. He'll have an opportunity to put it within 2. And if you're Blue Valley West, you've been in this position last night. They were down with, I believe it was 4.2 seconds against the Hornets. Now it's 4.3, but right now, Roan Smith is gonna be able to shoot a free throw. Riddle, and that'll be the 5th foul for Blue Valley West. Timeout called by the Southeast Buffaloes. We'll be back for the final 4 seconds right here on Hornet Studios when play resumes.
Whenever we go to a local event here in Valley, we all want good food for reasonable prices with a friendly face behind it. Well, luckily, there's an option. The Food Guy. Located in his signature truck, keep an eye out for him at the next public event you make an appearance at. Or if you're hosting an event yourself and want a friendly catering option. Or if you have other questions, you can call him at 316-253-8832.
And we're back here. 1 point and one of the biggest free throws so far. Here's Roan Smith trying for the and one opportunity. I know everyone's breath was just taken away as that ball was sitting there on that rim. And it did fall in favor of Southeast. He'll make it. And so now Blue Valley West has to make a three-point shot.
And with 1.8 seconds left, Blue Valley West gets the timeout. And it looks like the refs may talk about adding some time. They're not going to add any. It'll be a full timeout, so we'll be back in a minute for the finish of this ball game.
One of a parent's biggest worries is letting their teen get behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's why getting professional, personal instruction is so important. The Wichita Driving School is licensed by the state of Kansas and offers the most classes per month of any driving school. With the most students trained in Wichita last year, it's obvious students and parents like Wichita Driving School for the convenience
and professional one-on-one instruction.
Wichita Driving School, where you're driven to be the best.
And a little dance off there by the cheerleaders, showing off some of their moves in that timeout. And got the crowd up on their feet. For the final 2.2 seconds in this fourth quarter, they did end up adding 0.4 seconds to the clock. And a good strategy there by Blue Valley West as they went to half court, called a timeout. Then they're going to get the ball at half court and have a decent shot at getting a decent shot.
Well, with 2.2 seconds left, you can actually take probably around 2 quick dribbles and get the shot off. If it was 1.8, I don't think you could have done that, but they're going to try to get it into Omar Stanley. Ball tipped around, and Spencer Bain misses. Southeast is headed to the championship in this January Jam game. They beat the Blue Valley West Jaguars 68-66 in another thriller. That'll be it for day 2. And Southeast is playing Shawnee Mission East in the championship game tomorrow. And then your Hornets gonna take on the Maize South Mavericks. And then tomorrow morning we'll have the skills showdown. That'll be it from us here at Hornet Studios tonight. Stay tuned tomorrow right here on Hornet Studios for the final round of January Jam 2020.